You are tuning into the remote public scoping meeting for the SoHo NoHo Neighborhood Plan Proposal, CEQR number 21 DCP 059M. My name is Olga Abinator, and I'm the director of the New York City Department of City Planning, Environmental Assessment and Review Division, or EARD. Stephanie Chalou, Deputy Director of EARD, will co-host today's meeting, and in the event of any technical challenges on my end, Stephanie will take over this meeting on my behalf. We truly appreciate your patience as we adjust to this remote public scoping meeting format. I do want to thank everyone for taking the time out of your day to attend this remote meeting. I want to acknowledge that technology like this isn't perfect. However, it is an invaluable tool that allows the critical land use and environmental review processes to proceed while keeping all of us safe during this public health crisis. I also want to emphasize that we will hear from everyone who wishes to provide testimony today during this meeting, and this meeting will remain open until we have heard from all voices. We also welcome written comments and testimony for the next 15 days following this meeting through December 18th, 2020, and we provide written comments the same attention and consideration as comments provided live at today's meeting. We also recognize that the 1 p.m. start time some saw in our registration materials may have been confusing to some of you. To clarify, this earlier time allows us time to prepare and set up our Zoom meeting for you to minimize the amount of time you have to wait before the public scoping meeting actually begins. I'll ask production now to please open our initial presentation. Please give us a moment, as it does take a little bit of time to upload some of these presentations. Again, I'll ask production to open our initial presentation. Okay, looks like we might be experiencing a few technical difficulties at the moment. So I will start again and ask for production to please help us upload our initial presentation. Here we go. And can we please move ahead to the next slide? All right, thank you. So for those of you who are logged into Zoom and in need of Cantonese or Mandarin translation today, please click the interpretation button on your Zoom screen. And if you need Cantonese translation, please select Chinese. If you need Mandarin, please select Portuguese. Also, please be sure to select the mute original audio button on your screen. Once you have selected these options, an interpreter will be there to translate the meeting into your preferred language, be that Mandarin or Cantonese. If you would like to provide testimony in Cantonese or Mandarin today, you will have a 5-minute time limit to speak, and an interpreter will translate your testimony live into English. I'll also take a few moments now to allow our interpreters to translate these instructions. We'll start first with our Cantonese translator.
大家好，我係你嘅翻譯。咁咧，今日我哋係有提供翻譯嘅。咁咧，今日如果你需要廣東話嘅翻譯嘅話咧，就喺你嘅 Zoom 嘅右下角有一個地球，你點一點 Chinese 或者係中文，就會聽到廣東話嘅翻譯。如果你需要國語嘅翻譯，係右下角都係同一個地方揀 Portuguese 或者葡萄牙文，你就可以聽到我哋嘅翻譯。Thank you.
Thank you. We'll move ahead now with our Mandarin translator.
嗨，大家好，我现在要把刚刚主讲者的流程告诉你。现在就是你会在左边的荧幕左边会看到2个语言，一个是广东话，一个是 Mandarin 中文。那如果你选择想要听广东话的翻译，麻烦你在中文 Chinese 那个地方点选，然后你就会听到广东话的翻译，进行广东话的翻译给你听，所有后面他所讲解的部分。那如果你想要听中文，请你点选 Portuguese， 就是葡萄牙文，那它会让你进到讲中文的这个翻译的线上，那我会进行中文翻译。
Thank you so much. We will now proceed to the public scoping meeting for the SoHo NoHo neighborhood plan. Please give us a moment as we upload our next presentation. Thank you and welcome. For the record, let me note that the City Environmental Quality Review, or CEQR, application number for this project is 21 DCP 059M. Today's date is December 3rd, 2020, and the time is approximately 2:06 p.m. Next slide, please. Again, my name is Olga Abinader, and I'm the Director of the Environmental Assessment and Review Division of the New York City Department of City Planning. I'll be chairing today's public scoping meeting. The Department of City Planning is acting on behalf of the City Planning Commission as a lead agency for this proposal's environmental review. As lead agency, the department will be responsible for overseeing the preparation and completion of the proposal's environmental impact statement, or EIS. Next slide, please. Joining me today are several of my colleagues from the Department of City Planning. As I mentioned previously, Stephanie Chalou, Deputy Director of the Environmental Assessment and Review Division, joins us today. Also joining us are Edith Suchen, Director of the Department's Manhattan office, and Eric Botsford, Deputy Director of the Department's Manhattan office. Annabelle Minier, a team leader within the Environmental Assessment and Review Division, is managing this EIS and has joined us today as well. Sylvia Lee, Project Manager in the Department's Manhattan office, as well as Andrew Cantu, who's acting on behalf of the Environmental Review Project Management for this project, are also joining us. Lastly, Nabila Malik, Senior Planner in the Manhattan office, is joining us as well. I'd like to note also that a representative from the environmental consulting firm, AKRF, will be presenting along with us today. And that I should also mention that during today's remote public meeting, we are joined by about a dozen of our colleagues from the Department of City Planning who have worked extremely hard to assist us with this remote public scoping meeting format. Many thanks to them for all of their hard work. Next slide, please. Together, we are here to receive your comments on the draft scope of work for the SoHo NoHo neighborhood plan proposal. The draft scope of work identifies the subjects to be analyzed in the upcoming draft environmental impact statement, or DEIS, and describes the methodologies that will be used in those analyses. I will note that the draft scope of work material is available on the Department of City Planning website. Next slide, please. The purpose of this public scoping meeting is to allow for public participation in the preparation of the draft EIS at the earliest stage possible in the environmental review process. Specifically, scoping allows the public to help shape the DEIS before it is written. Toward that end, the department acting as lead agency will receive verbal testimony on the draft scope of work from elected officials, government agencies, the local community board, and the general public. We also welcome written comments on the draft scope of work. They may be submitted through Friday, December 18th, 2020. Next slide, please. At the end of the written comment period, the department, as lead agency, will review all comments received, those we hear today, as well as written comments that we have received throughout this process. After carefully reviewing these comments, the department will decide what changes, if any, need to be made to the draft scope of work. And then a final scope of work will be issued. It is the final scope of work that will serve as a basis for preparing the draft environmental impact statement. Next slide, please. I'll note that today marks the beginning of the written comment period on the draft scope of work. No decisions will be made today regarding the draft scope of work, and the purpose of today's meeting is to allow the public to provide their comments about the draft scope of work and to allow the department to listen to those comments. It's important for all voices to be heard today. Next slide, please. I will now focus on the structure of today's meeting, which is going to be divided into 3 parts. During the first part, Sylvia Lee of the Manhattan office will provide a brief overview describing the SoHo NoHo neighborhood rezoning proposal. Patrick Blanchfield, a representative of AKRF, the environmental consultant for this proposal, will then provide a short summary of the draft scope of work. During the second part of this meeting, we will be receiving comments on the draft scope of work from elected officials, government agencies, and community board representatives. And during the third and final part of today's meeting, the department will receive comments from the general public. The meeting will end only when everyone who has signed up to provide testimony has had a chance to be heard. Next slide, please. On to a few logistics for today's remote scoping meeting. Again, the protocol is intended to ensure that everyone has had a chance to speak and that all voices are heard. If you wish to speak and plan to access our meeting online using a computer, tablet, or smartphone, please remember to register online using the SoHo NoHo public scoping meeting page of the NYC Engage portal at www.nyc.gov/NYC-ENGAGE. A link to join this meeting and provide your testimony, if desired, will be emailed to you after you have completed the registration process on the NYC Engage portal. We will, at that point, add you to our speakers list. Next slide, please. When it is your turn to speak, your name will be called and you will be granted temporary speaking privileges by the Department of City Planning staff. So please listen closely for your name to be called. Once your name has been called, we will unmute your microphone, or we will help you unmute your microphone, and you will be asked to provide your remarks. To allow us to hear from everyone who wishes to speak, we ask that everyone from the public limit their remarks to 3 minutes, unless otherwise notified. A 3-minute countdown clock will run on the screen if you're able to view us online. At the 3-minute mark, your time will expire, and at that time, you will be asked to conclude your testimony. Please also note that your testimony will be verbal only. We will be able to hear you, but we will not be able to see you. Next slide, please. An additional note of instruction for those of you joining us by telephone today. If you do wish to provide testimony via telephone, please select *9 when prompted. Please listen for me to call out the last 3 digits of your phone number. At that point, you will be given the temporary ability to share your testimony. You must then press *6 to unmute yourself, and we will be able to hear you speak. When your testimony is complete or your 3 minutes have expired, we will let you know, and you must press *6 again to mute yourself. We will be repeating these instructions throughout the course of today's meeting. We would also like to note that we would like to encourage dial-in participants calling by phone who wish to provide testimony to register via telephone using the dial-in participant hotline. Please note also that muting and unmuting registered speakers may take a brief moment as we are still adjusting to this remote Zoom meeting format. Next slide, please. A few words onto time limits. Speakers from the general public have 3 minutes to provide testimony today. There are a few exceptions to our time limits. For example, elected officials are given the courtesy to jump the front of the queue and are not time limited. Also, if translation services are being used by someone from the general public, the time to speak and provide testimony will be extended to 5 minutes. For members of the public not needing translation services, we will announce when the 3-minute time limit is reached, at which point you will be asked to conclude your remarks. Next slide, please. Once again, interpretation services are available today for those of you who wish to provide verbal testimony in Cantonese or Mandarin. 5 minutes of speaking time will be allotted to those needing these services. Verbal comments given in Cantonese or Mandarin will be translated into English after the testimony is completed. Verbal and written comments on the draft scope of work in languages other than English, Cantonese, or Mandarin will be translated and incorporated into the final scope of work. Next slide, please.
Olga, we'd like
Yes.
to pause for a moment just to ensure that the Mandarin and Cantonese translation channels are working appropriately.
Absolutely. Let's give them a moment to get started.
Production 1, will you please check the chat that I just sent you?
Hello, everyone. Just announcing that we are just taking a brief pause at the moment to troubleshoot some technical difficulties that we are experiencing. We should resume within a few minutes. Thank you all for your patience.
Hello, translator 2, are you on?
Are you talking to me?
Please unmute yourself. Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so you're on this Portuguese channel and you should be translating simultaneously for the presentation during this point.
Right now, okay.
Yes. Oh, yes, the meeting has begun. Please translate for any folks who may have joined this channel for Mandarin translation of this presentation.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, I believe the translator is set on Mandarin translation if one will select Portuguese in the interpretation section.
选择了那个葡萄牙语的哈，现在是中文的翻译了哈。
Production 1, can we confirm that the translators are on the correct channels? Yes, we can.
Confirmed.
Translator
Yes, we can hear you. Hold on.
Translator One and Translator Two， 你们两个是 Mandarin 的翻译，你们中间有一个人要做同声的翻译，就是在 Olga 在讲的时候，你们要翻译成中文。然后呢，因为我们没有那个Canton， 我们没有 Mandarin， 所以 Portuguese 就是代表 Mandarin。对，但是我们。没有啊，但是我们当时就是说，Olga 在前面讲的时候，我们听到了 Cantonese 的翻译，但是我没有听到 Mandarin 的翻译。不知道你们两个谁承担这个，就是说同声，做 Mandarin 翻译的这个责任呢？
第一个部分应该是我是 Sylvia， 但是我刚刚可能那个有一点那个 technical 的 problem， 所以我是不是应该要点选那个Mandarin？ 因为我现在的 screen 是 show 那个 translator Chinese 这一个，那等一下那个主讲者在讲的时候，我是同步讲，那我会不会 cover 到他的声音呢？
不会的，你就对着电脑讲就好了。然后，但是你应该用Portuguese， 我们没有 Mandarin。
对，我知道。
你知道哈？
嗯。
好。
No, translation one 不可以 ，translation one 不是 interpreter. Translator one is not set to be interpreter, correct? So only translator two right now can do the translations in the Portuguese room. So just
Okay.
While we.
那我们就明白了。那 Translator Two， 你在那个就是 Olga 在讲或者别人在讲的时候，你要做同声翻译，就是他讲的时候你要跟着讲，这样的话别人才能在同时的时候就是听到那个Mandarin 的那个翻译，因为我们刚才是什么都没有听到从你。就是 Translator One。
Translator Two, can you say something? Translator Two.
我是你们两个谁是 Translator One， 谁是 Translator
Two？Translator Two。
你可以因为他是在做同声，那应该是他做。你在那个我是 backup。你在你的那个就是说你的那个 Zoom attendee 那个 panelist 的 list 上看最上面的一个，那个最上面的就是你自己。你看你最上面写的是什么？是你的那个是 one 还是 two？就是 attendee， 就是说panelist 的列表有一个 list 名单的 list， 第一个是我们自己，你看看你们两个谁是 translator one， 谁是 translator two？Translator
two 是男的 ，translator one 是女的。
那好，那 translator two 你应该在那个。
Translator two, can you hear me? Say something. Translator two 说句话。Hello. 听得到，听得到。您你不要去管别的，接下来会议开始你就翻译，好吗？就这样。好的，谢谢。Sorry for the delay. We have solved our technical issue. We may resume the meeting now, I believe.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone. And we apologize to our audience for the technical difficulties that we were experiencing with our translation services. We wanted to just take the time to make sure that they were resolved so that everyone has a chance to participate as warranted. So why don't we go back to our presentation? We'll move on to slide 14 on our presentation. Again, please bear with us so we can proceed. All right. Thank you all for your patience. So to those of you who are viewing us on live stream and who wish to testify, please be mindful of any potential background noise during your testimony. Make sure that your live stream is muted when you begin your testimony to avoid hearing an echo. If anyone is viewing today's presentation but does not wish to provide testimony, kindly note that this is a challenging format for us. So please stream this meeting using the live stream links included within the NYC Engage and City Planning websites, given the attendance capacity constraints on Zoom. Next slide, please. If you do wish to provide written testimony, it may be submitted to the Department of City Planning directly. Our mailing address is 120 Broadway, 31st floor, New York, 10271. Attention, Olga Abinator. If you'd like to provide an email testimony, please reach out to us at 21 DCP 059M_DL@planning.nyc.gov. And as a reminder, the department will accept written comments until Friday, December the 18th. If you did miss the instructions today, please be sure to visit www.nyc.gov/NYCENGAGE for instructions on how to participate. We will now move on to the first part of our meeting. At this time, the department will present an overview of the proposed project. This presentation will be followed by the environmental consultant who will summarize the draft scope of work. Next slide, please. Sylvia, take it away.
Thank you, Olga. My name is Sylvia Lee, Senior Planner at the Department of City Planning and Project Lead for the SoHo NoHo Neighborhood Plan. I would like to thank you for joining us today virtually. Next slide, please. In the next 20 minutes or so, I'll provide an overview of the planning goals for the neighborhood plan. I will also cover critical steps in the environmental review process moving forward. For those who tuned in on October 26th, our info session, some of this would be a refresher. Then I, together with Patrick from AKRF, will go over a summary of the SoHo NoHo draft scope of work before we open it up for public comment. Next slide, please. First, a quick overview of the neighborhood plan. Next slide, please. Here we have a general timeline of the planning process. As you can see here, the current neighborhood plan is being informed by what we heard during the Envision SoHo NoHo community engagement process that took place last year. I'll also note that the plan is also driven by important equity and inclusion goals for the city. So we've now entered the next phase of the SoHo NoHo effort, where the neighborhood plan gets refined and the zoning proposal gets developed in the coming months. Today's scoping meeting, following the info session in October, is another of the many opportunities for the community and the public to inform this ongoing process. Next slide, please. To start, some background on the SoHo NoHo neighborhoods and the reasons for action now. The study area generally encompasses the SoHo, NoHo neighborhoods within Manhattan Community District 2. The majority of the area is characterized and protected by the 6 city-designated historic districts. These neighborhoods are centrally located, highly accessible by transit, close to major institutions and other mixed-use neighborhoods. As you all know, SoHo NoHo's existing zoning was established in 1971 to address specific land use and economic conditions that were dramatically different from those today. As echoed by many residents, businesses, and property owners during Envision SoHo NoHo, a major impetus for the planning process is the need to replace the overly restrictive, onerous manufacturing zoning with new mixed-use regulations that meet the current and future needs of the neighborhood and beyond. And taking a step back to consider SoHo NoHo in the context of the city, against the backdrop of inequities and hardships exacerbated by COVID-19, we are moving toward the plan now because it is important that we make concrete steps to address persisting housing and socioeconomic divides that exist in our city. We need to do so by using all the tools we have to break down barriers and add housing in neighborhoods that offer more opportunities and upward mobility. I see that the next slide is already on. Before I get into the scoping material, I'd like to summarize the neighborhood planning goals, which are characterized into these 4 buckets you see on the screen. At the info session, we've discussed in detail about how the diverse set of perspectives and voices emerged from Envision SoHo NoHo, as well as the values we hold as New Yorkers, led to these planning goals. Here, I'll just do a quick recap. On housing, the neighborhood plan intends to create new opportunities for housing and affordability by lifting outdated zoning restrictions on residential use. The plan would also require permanently affordable housing in SoHo NoHo for the first time. Components of the plan would also reflect Envision SoHo NoHo's recommendation to allow joint living work quarters for artists to remain, as well as to accommodate live work more broadly in existing and new buildings. On the economic side, the plan would carry forward what we've heard from the local business community to allow a wider range of uses, which bring vibrancy and jobs to the neighborhoods and our city. At the same time, the neighborhood plan would also allow us to collaborate with other agencies and the local community to improve the daily experience of those who live, work, and visit SoHo and NoHo. For arts and culture, in addition to allowing joint living work quarters for artists to remain and accommodating creative live work more broadly, the neighborhood plan, as it develops, will also devise creative solutions within and outside of zoning to recognize those who are not certified artists but are part of the SoHo NoHo community, paired with strategies to sustain SoHo NoHo's cultural legacy and artist creative community. On design, the plan would implement building form controls that enhance the neighborhood's beloved character and also guide future development to fit into the existing context. Next slide, please. This slide sums up the key elements of the neighborhood plan, which will continue to be developed and refined. I'll go into further details in the draft scope of work portion of this presentation. Here, in the interest of time, I'll just note that zoning, as well as other strategies outside of zoning, are intended to work in unison to achieve these multiple planning goals. Next slide, please. In other words, zoning is but one component of the neighborhood plan, but it will be the focus of today's meeting. The zoning changes contemplated as part of the neighborhood plan and described in the draft scope of work will help advance the shared vision of a more equitable, economically resilient, and culturally vibrant SoHo NoHo. As noted earlier, the zoning proposal I'll walk you through today is not the final version. Today's scoping meeting is the first of many opportunities for you to weigh in. Next slide, please. Before diving into the details of the SoHo NoHo zoning contemplated in the draft scope of work, I'll do a quick recap of the environmental review process as a context for today's scoping meeting. Next slide, please. The city's Environmental Quality Review, or CEQR, is the process by which we identify potential impacts from a new land use proposal and study them to inform the project. It is one of the first more formalized steps in establishing a land use proposal. There are different deliverables that CEQR produces depending on the land use actions. But in this case, the SoHo NoHo neighborhood plan requires an environmental impact statement, EIS, which is the most extensive type of environmental review. So why is this process important? CEQR allows participants in the public review process to evaluate project benefits as well as new needs it may generate. It also ensures mitigation measures are identified for adverse environmental impacts. Next slide, please. The draft scope of work is the first step towards producing an EIS and the further analyses. The scope of work for SoHo NoHo establishes the scope of what environmental components need to be analyzed to inform the neighborhood plan. More on this shortly. It is important to note here that the scope does not establish the final neighborhood plan proposal, but rather it is used to essentially set up the parameters for the neighborhood plan in order to conduct environmental analysis. Next slide, please. Today's scoping meeting will be an opportunity for you to provide input on these areas of analysis, i.e. the scope of the project for the environmental review, meaning that what should or shouldn't be included in the analysis. Next slide, please. So what happens after today? All comments from the scoping meeting and during the comment period following today's meeting will be reviewed and incorporated into the final scope of work, which initiates analysis for the draft environmental impact statement, DEIS, before a final environmental impact statement is issued. I'll note here that the proposal development process, shown here in the blue bar on this diagram, progresses in parallel with the environmental review. In the coming months, there will be additional opportunities for public participation before and during the formal land use review process, also known as ULURP. Next slide, please. So moving on to a summary of what is included in the SoHo NoHo neighborhood plan draft scope of work. Next slide, please. What's in this document that you may have seen on our website? The draft scope of work includes a description of the contemplated zoning actions as a basis to define the parameters for environmental analysis. As noted earlier, this is not the final neighborhood plan proposal. The draft scope of work also includes the environmental analysis framework as well as an overview of what the EIS will ultimately entail. In the remainder of the presentation, Patrick and I will walk you through these key pieces of information. Next slide, please. The purpose and need statement in the draft scope of work reflects the planning goals of the neighborhood plan, as I previously described. To address these identified needs, zoning map and zoning text amendments are contemplated to replace the existing M15A and M15B zoning. Next slide, please. Before we dive in, a quick summary of the existing zoning. Manufacturing and certain commercial uses on a limited basis today are permitted at 5 FAR of density. Joint living work quarters for artists, JLWQA, provides certified artist live-work allowance as a unique manufacturing use. Ground floor uses are limited to industrial and uses that serve the manufacturing industry, a reflection of the land uses in SoHo NoHo when the zoning was put in place in the 1970s. Community facility uses, again, only a very narrow subset of them are permitted at a higher FAR at 6.5. This limitation is largely due to the lack of need for residential amenities back in the 70s, where residential occupancies were rare. Residential use is not permitted under existing zoning. Bulk regulations follow the very flexible, non-contextual manufacturing regulations. These current regulations actually allow build forms that could be quite different from the typical cast iron lofts that characterize SoHo NoHo. Next slide, please. As described in the draft scope of work, it is contemplated that the existing zoning will be replaced by a series of mixed-use zoning districts and a new special SoHo NoHo mixed-use district where a wider range of residential, commercial, and light manufacturing uses will be permitted. This would mean that the onerous ad hoc special permit processes would no longer be necessary to locate retail or other storefront uses on the ground floor. Existing underutilized commercial manufacturing spaces can be repurposed more easily to housing, and new residential and mixed-use development may more readily occur on underdeveloped parcels. The new mixed-use regulations would also mean that a wider variety of live-work arrangements can be accommodated in converted and newly constructed residential units, not required or limited to certified artists only. SoHo NoHo will also be designated as a mandatory inclusionary housing area, MIH area, requiring affordable housing in new developments and residential conversions that exceed MIH applicability thresholds. To recognize different characteristics of different parts of the neighborhood, distinct sub-districts within the special district will be established, and different regulations will be included. SoHo NoHo cores are preservation-focused sub-districts that encompass large parts of the historic districts. NoHo North, Broadway, Houston, Canal Street sub-districts are located along historic corridors and wide streets. NoHo Bowery, SoHo West, SoHo East sub-districts are transitional areas largely outside of historic districts that are framed by other thoroughfares and wide streets. Next slide, please. The sub-district regulations, together with the new underlying zoning, are intended to reflect distinct characteristics, differing land use patterns, and balance different and multiple planning goals. Next slide, please. In the historic centers of SoHo and NoHo, highlighted in pink here on the map, medium density mixed-use zoning districts are being proposed to reflect the existing context where buildings are typically 4 to 7-story lofts, but can also range from low rises to close to 10-story buildings. Next slide, please. I'll note here that this density permitted by the proposed M15R7X district is the same as the existing density permitted in the M15A and M15B zoning. Where it differs is that the new mixed-use zoning districts introduces residential use and applies the city's mandatory inclusionary housing program. The new zoning district, as well as the special district, will work together to establish contextual building envelopes so that new development would fit into the historic context. Referenced here at the bottom of the slide is the standard bulk rules described in the underlying R7X district. I'll note that they will be further modified and supplemented by additional special district regulations relevant to these sub-districts, which are still being worked out. Next slide, please. Moving on to the historic corridors highlighted here in blue, where existing taller, denser loft buildings line the wide streets and can reach upwards of 180 feet and sometimes over 10 FARs. Two variations of medium to high density mixed use districts are being contemplated. Next slide, please. At 5 and 6.5 FAR, the allowable commercial and community facility densities in the new M15R9X districts are the same as what is permitted by the existing M15A and M15B zoning, except that along Broadway and parts of NoHo along Lafayette, where there is already a higher concentration of large lofts as well as jobs, a slightly higher commercial density of 6 FAR would be permitted to reflect these conditions. Again, where the new zoning differs from what it is today is the allowance for housing. Residential use would be permitted at a higher density than commercial uses, but would also carry a mandatory affordability requirement. Similar to the historic cores, the standard R9X bulk regulations referenced here will be supplemented by the special district provisions to accommodate new development and increase density with appropriate build forms that enhance the character of these iconic corridors. Next slide, please. Lastly, around the edges of SoHo, NoHo, framed by other white streets, as a response to these areas' transitional nature, as well as the adjacent context, and importantly, to maximize development potential on underutilized parcels outside of historic districts, higher density mixed-use districts are being contemplated. Next slide, please. The M16 R10 districts would permit non-residential use with a maximum FAR of 10, whereas housing would be allowed at a higher FAR 12 with the mandatory affordability requirement. While these areas are mostly outside of historic districts, the special district would still implement contextual controls that include appropriate base height ranges and maximum building height so that new development would accommodate the increased density, provide housing within loft-like building form instead of the unlimited height towers that you see in parts of the neighborhood today, as they are allowed by the current M15A and B zoning. Next slide, please. In addition to the special building form provisions, as mentioned earlier, the special district would also include special use rules regarding existing joint living work quarters for artists, which will be permitted to remain with an option to convert to regular housing. Details of the mechanism will still be worked out as the proposal develops in the coming months. Other special regulations include residential conversion rules, and as of right allowance for retail over 10,000 square feet, as well as physical culture establishments such as gyms. New hotels would only be allowed by special permit. Next slide, please. As proposed, the entire rezoning area will be designated as an mandatory inclusionary housing area, where residential development and conversions above a certain size will be required to set aside floor area for permanently affordable housing. While the specific options will get worked out in ULURP, on the slides here are the options available in SoHo, NoHo, and the corresponding affordability levels. I'll note that these required income levels for the affordable units in the MIH program are lower compared to the SoHo NoHo's current median household income, which is around $145,000 a year. These affordable units would meaningfully contribute to the socioeconomic diversity of the neighborhoods and advance the city's fair housing goals. Next slide, please. Now moving on to a bit more technical part of the draft scope of work. So in order to assess the possible effects of these zoning changes, a reasonable worst case was developed to evaluate the likely conditions within a 10-year analysis period on the identified development sites shown on this map. I will clarify that these sites are identified for conservative environmental analysis using standard CEQR criteria and adjusted based on market and physical conditions in SoHo, NoHo. The incremental differences of housing units as well as square footages for different uses shown on this slide are essentially comparisons between the future conditions without the zoning changes on these identified sites and the future conditions with the contemplated new zoning in place. The 27 projected development sites shown on the map in blue are considered more likely development sites because they are vacant or significantly underbuilt, larger in size, and more regularly shaped than other sites. The 57 potential development sites shown here in white are considered less likely to be developed within the analysis year compared to the projected development sites. This is largely due to their more challenging physical conditions or other potential hindrances, or the more extensive review by the city's Landmarks Preservation Commission, the LPC. I'll note that for conservative analysis purposes in the environmental review, development on parcels within historic districts is assumed to maximize the allowable floor area within the permitted building envelope. This is not to say that they reflect LPC's future review and approval, which will still be required on all of these sites on a case-by-case basis with or without the proposed zoning actions. With that, I'll turn it over to Patrick to cover some even more technical parts of the draft scope of work. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Sylvia. Good afternoon, my name is Patrick Blanchfield. I am Vice President, AKRF Inc. We're an environmental consulting firm that will be assisting the Department of City Planning on the preparation of the EIS for the SoHo NoHo neighborhood plan. Next slide, please. So the EIS will look at 19 areas on the left side of the slide, the secret technical areas, plus some additional analyses and studies. Given SoHo and NoHo's historic and built context and the new uses and development expected with the zoning changes, we expect certain areas of it, certain technical areas to be more focused in the EIS. And this includes land use zoning and public policy, urban design and visual resources, historic resources, hazardous materials, transportation, and that includes traffic, transit, and pedestrian conditions, noise, and air quality. Some areas of less focus in the EIS, natural resources, water and sewer infrastructure, solid waste, and energy. Next slide, please. So in addition to those technical areas, the EIS will consider mitigation for significant adverse impacts identified as a result of the zoning changes. The EIS will also consider alternatives to proposed actions. And these are alternatives to the zoning changes that are proposed by city planning. So at a minimum, this will include a no action alternative. And then there are additional alternatives yet to be determined, but they could include a no unmitigated adverse impact alternative and a lesser density alternative. In addition to the environmental areas, the EIS will include summary chapters, including an unavoidable adverse impacts chapter. It'll consider the growth inducing aspects of the proposed actions and irreversible and irretrievable commitment of resources. So with that, I will hand it back to Sylvia.
Next slide, please. With that, I think Olga or Stephanie can take over to start the public scoping meeting comment section of this meeting.
Thank you so much, Sylvia, and thank you, Patrick. We will now move on to part 2 of our public scoping meeting. If we can please have production project the instructions for participating in the meeting, that would be very helpful. At this time, we will be receiving comments from elected officials, community board representatives, and leaders from government agencies. I do want to note that if, as is highlighted in red font in this slide, for those of you viewing us online, if speakers do experience any technical issues that do not allow them to speak, we will pause and give you a moment. And if you continue to experience technical difficulties, we will move on to the next speaker to allow for troubleshooting to happen in the background, and we will call your name again at a later time. If this does happen to you, please be sure to visit the how-to guides on the NYC Engage website portal for assistance. If you are calling in, hang up the phone, dial 877-853-5247. Again, 877-853-5247. And you'll be prompted for a meeting ID, in which case you'll dial 618-237-7396 and a password, which is the number 1. Again, 877-853-5247, meeting ID 618-237-7396, and password 1 if you are experiencing technical difficulties as a telephone caller today. All right, we'll move on to our list of speakers in this round of the scoping meeting. It looks like we do have 3 speakers, and there will be no time limits for speakers in this part of the process. Our first speaker is Assembly Member Deborah Glick, followed by Democratic District Leader Arthur Schwartz. Assembly Member Glick, we are ready for you. Assembly Member Glick, we are ready for your testimony if you are available and would like to provide it at this time. Okay, one last time. Assembly Member Glick, if you are available, we are ready for your testimony. If not, we will do a brief pause and allow the next speaker to come online.
I'm here. Should my face be on the screen or just my voice?
We will only be able to hear you. We will not be able to see you. So our next speaker is Democratic District Leader Arthur Schwartz. We're ready for you.
Okay.
Mr. Schwartz, if that's you, we are not able to hear your testimony at this time.
Someone muted me. I'm back. Can you hear me now?
My apologies. We can hear you now.
Okay. I want to begin by noting that I support the Community Alternative Zoning Plan for SoHo NoHo that's been submitted by a number of organizations, and I believe other people will discuss. And I request that this alternative plan be evaluated as part of the EIS specifically, and not just be included, elements of it be included under various no action or lesser action alternatives. I have been a resident of this community for 41 years. I share the dismay at how our once affordable community has become so incredibly expensive. And it has become more expensive. As it has become more expensive, it has become more segregated as it becomes more and more wealthy. Not only is housing absurdly expensive, the purchase of affordable food and other necessities has become correspondingly difficult. The answer to the city's affordable housing crisis is not mandatory inclusionary housing. MIH only results in greater gentrification in every community in which it is introduced. And the median affordable income application to mandatory inclusionary housing results in affordable units in communities like ours being unaffordable except for all but a small number of the current residents of the community. Affordable housing cannot be market-driven. It must be government-driven. Although the city is in a financial crunch, it will not be in that crunch forever. Right now, and in the near future, the city needs to take advantage of the incredibly inexpensive capital lending market and drive a housing program of its own, not relying on private developers. To the extent that mandatory inclusionary housing is used in any manner, it must include far more than the 20 to 30% inclusionary housing that is currently in the programs. And I suggest that it must be at least 50% of the square footage. And there should be a citywide median income requirement applied, not an area median income requirement. I strongly support the conversion of existing non-residential buildings to residential use as of right, with a stronger MIH requirement as one way to address the need for additional housing, affordable housing in this community. And I strongly support the proposal to use the program to restore and perpetuate the artistic nature of this community, with breaks for art production spaces, especially nonprofits, and prioritized eligibility for low-income applicants who are in the arts. I strongly oppose any zoning which allows big box stores or oversized retail or oversized eating establishments to be established in this zone. SoHo cannot become another cookie cutter wealthy community, which is what this plan will lead to. Thank you very much for hearing me today.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Our next speaker is Community Board 2 Chair, Carter Booth. Community Board 2 Chair, Carter Booth. Carter Booth, we are ready to receive your testimony. Are you able to hear us?
Are you able to hear me?
Yes, we are. Thank you.
My name is Carter Booth. I'm the chair of Community Board 2. I also represented Community Board 2 during the Envision SoHo NoHo process on the advisory group. Community Board 2 will be submitting a detailed written response on December 18th, which will be informed by a public hearing that we welcome all to attend. That public hearing will be on December 8th at 6:30 p.m. Details are available on our website, cb2manhattan.org. Yesterday, the nation's one-day death toll of coronavirus deaths surpassed 3,000 for the first time, with over 100,000 hospitalizations, the highest to date. Our entire state, including New York City, are operating under a declared state of disaster. The Public Officers Law has been modified given the state of emergency through Governor Cuomo's series of emergency executive orders number 202. Those emergency orders suspend and modify many of our existing laws. This is the climate that we're in today, a state of emergency. Yet we find ourselves here today discussing this rezoning. It's obvious from today's bungled rollout that this meeting that there are not complete and tested procedures in place for this portion of the mandated process. It's unclear how a detailed and meaningful scope an EIS can be completed when we cannot collect data on a normal use in such an abnormal once-in-a-lifetime time period. This snapshot in time is an extreme outlier. To be clear, data collected during a pandemic can't be relied on for future predictions, certainly not for the next 2 decades. Pages 84 and 85 of the Envision SoHo NoHo report outline the next steps and suggested areas for further analysis and study. The first sentence, the process sponsors are committed to continuing community involvement and transparency preceding any future implementation of recommendations. I'm not aware of any continuing community involvement prior to the end of the Envision process and prior to the beginning of this process, or any coverage of the next steps or suggested areas for further analysis study on pages 84 and 85 of that report. As far as transparency is concerned, nobody even knows who's on this Zoom call or even how many people are here, as would be the norm at any public meeting or hearing. As I asked at the last meeting, I'm not sure why, given the unprecedented events and the different way these meetings are being handled, that we're during the state of emergency, that DCP did not even reach out to all the attendees who provided their email addresses during the Envision SoHo NoHo process to ensure transparency and their continued participation. It's also unclear what other steps were taken to reach out to people who may not have access to the internet or familiarity with online meetings like this one. It's important as stewards of our community to get this right, yet DCP has not even continued the conversation or tried to further this conversation to get this right. It's a rushed process and echoes most of the government's scrambling during the entire state of emergency. Yet you are asking us to trust this process, which is clearly not that transparent. There's also a question of our shared values when many of us don't agree on how to achieve those shared values. Instead of being informed by an artificial time period and deadline, being rushed by an artificial deadline and time period, it would seem that the responsible stewardship of our community would involve a continuing conversation as well as a better understanding of where the city and community stands as we exit COVID, which has upended our 1, commercial, 2, residential, and 3, retail landscape, all areas addressed in this in the draft scope. So we can properly, so we can better evolve our underlying zoning to ensure the future success of SoHo and NoHo. We need to stabilize our community and city first before we plan for the coming decades. Thank you.
Thank you for providing your testimony. We will now go back to our initial speaker, and that is Assemblymember Glick. Assemblymember Glick, if you're able to hear us, please unmute yourself so we can hear your testimony. Assemblymember Glick.
The assembly member's microphone is on.
Assemblymember Glick, your microphone appears to be on. Are you able to hear us? Assemblymember Glick, if you're unable to unmute yourself, we will be able to assist you. We'll call you back.
Can you hear me now?
Hi, yes, we are able to hear, I believe, number 153, phone number ending in 153.
I guess so. You got me?
Yes, we do.
Okay. It's been a trial. Okay. Thank you very much for the opportunity to testify before you on the draft scope of work for the environmental impact statement for SoHo NoHo. We have submitted a far more lengthy, detailed testimony, but in the interest of time, I will run through this very quickly. The draft scope anticipates a very robust and extremely far-reaching ULURP that will change the character and makeup of SoHo and NoHo. And I have concerns about what is in the scoping document, but more importantly, I am alarmed by what is excluded from the study. First, I find the provisions for the joint living work quarters for artists to be lacking in protections that were discussed at length during the envisioned SoHo NoHo process in 2019. I have long carried the Loft Law bill in the state legislature to bring this type of unit into rent regulation. I've written to the mayor calling his attention to the interim multiple dwelling buildings that have gone unregistered and are non-compliant with both city and state law. This is a persistent problem which does not seem to be addressed within this document. And I am concerned that the mechanism for JLWQA building certifications as an entirely voluntary transition from use group 17D to use group 2 is inadequate. This type of residence represents 30% of SoHo and NoHo housing stock, where legal mechanisms already exist to further bolster affordability, and DCP should revisit their commitments regarding JLWQA in the envision process and make use of the affordability mechanisms that we currently have. Second, over the many years, we have written to DCP, the mayor, and oath regarding illegal retail uses in SoHo and NoHo. And some spaces are currently in direct violation of the zoning code, and others have tenuous designations. And it is unclear how the city will serve the needs of residents in this heavily promoted shopping designation area. I am concerned that allowing for use group 10 retail spaces to be as of right and exceeding 10,000 square feet is too broad and problematic. Third, I have questioned if relying on market rate luxury residential development as a vehicle for building affordable housing actually achieves the goal of mandatory inclusionary housing. Inclusionary housing programs do not produce the levels of affordable housing in communities that they purport to create. Nor do these programs address the fundamental issue of real estate speculation driving up neighborhood values to a point where long-term residents are pushed out. Research has shown that speculative nature of zoning changes displaces residents in the interim time waiting for approval as building owners try to capitalize on the coming increase in land values. There can be more residents lost than the number of units MIH proposes to create. Analysis within Task 2 of the EIS must include a greater understanding of JLWQA units in unregistered IMD buildings so as to ensure that the indirect residential displacement portions of Task 3 are fully studied. I'm also concerned that the scoping document will fail to adequately study the potential increase in family apartments, which will add to public education needs in the neighborhood, and I am concerned that Task 2 and 3 of the EIS will not fully capture the potential impact of a zoning change and lead to further issues down the road. Finally, I have long been skeptical of the claim that zoning changes will not affect the character of historic districts because the Landmarks Preservation Commission will weigh in. While Task 7 of the EIS addresses historic and cultural resources, there are impacts to historic districts that are not addressed in the draft scope. Notably, LPC cannot consider height as part of their review of projects. The desire to see historic districts preserved is not automatically opposition to residential development or affordable housing. Too often, neighborhoods are forced to choose between equally desirable and necessary choices. It is a false dichotomy to decide between housing and park space or density and historic character. I am further somewhat confused and disturbed that there is a part that is listed as less focus that includes water and sewer infrastructure. This is shocking since areas along Grand Street and West Broadway regularly flood. So there are problems with infrastructure that must be addressed. I recognize that the review of the scoping document gives us a pivotal opportunity to ensure that the correct metrics are studied, but I feel that there are a number that have been left out, and they exist in the Envision SoHo NoHo process and should be added to this document. The neighborhoods I represent are far too expensive and have seen a large concentration of luxury development, which has only exacerbated the housing crisis. I do not believe that luxury housing, depending on luxury housing, particularly in a time when we see a glut on the market where luxury apartments are going begging, it will, if you depend on luxury development, the affordable units will never be created. There are alternatives that are being presented out of the community, and I urge DCP to incorporate that direction in your review for any further movement along towards a ULURP. Thank you for this time, and I apologize for the many problems that existed in trying to call various numbers in order to get on. So thank you for your patience, and we do have a longer, more detailed document that has been provided to you in writing. Thank you.
Thank you, Assembly Member. We appreciate that you had experienced some difficulties, and we are so glad that you were able to log on and join us today. Our next speaker is State Committee Member Christopher Marte.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hi, thank you for hosting this meeting. My name is Christopher Marte, State Committee Person of the 65th Assembly District. I would like to state for the record that DCP is failing the residents of New York when they send out a Zoom link for this meeting just hours before it goes live. It questions the integrity of this legally required community engagement process and for this proposal in general. I will send all my comments by email, but my major concerns are the lack of commitment to affordable housing, the study of direct displacement inside and outside the area of focus, the protection of the current JLWQA tenants in SoHo and NoHo and the potential destruction of historic districts. First, on the lack of commitment to affordable housing. On page 18, under Mandatory Inclusionary Housing Program, it offers a loophole to developers who are facing financial hardship or can't feasibly finance the development to apply for an exemption to MIH. During a pandemic, even luxury developers can claim financial hardship. This is a gross oversight that allows nothing but luxury housing to be built as a part of this scheme. In addition, this plan does not allow for conversion of commercial space to residential, which could allow for deep affordable housing. Second, under Task 3, socioeconomic conditions, the city is not requiring the study of direct displacement. Can the city offer concrete reasons and data about why they refuse to study this? Some of the largest sites planned for this development are on the border of Chinatown and SoHo, and many rent-stabilized tenants will be put at risk. When luxury development is built, property value rises, property taxes rises, and landlords will pass these increases onto their tenants, or else begin to harass these rent-stabilized tenants out of their homes so they could flip it and build more luxury housing. Displacement must be studied before moving forward with this rezoning. Third, under joint live work quarters for artists, it states that the city will create a mechanism to voluntarily allow JLWQA tenants to transition to make their living situation legal under the new zoning. However, there is no mention of what this mechanism is, the guideline or timeline for its creation. What will happen to these artists as they wait for the city to tell them whether they will lose their leases or not? This plan creates a strategy for mass eviction of seniors and tenants who made this neighborhood. Fourth, we fear that this upzoning described in the proposal will set a terrible precedent for upzoning and destruction of historic districts throughout the city. This upzoning will erase the history of our city for the profit of developers. I will add a lot more comments to my email, but thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you so much for providing your testimony, and we do look forward to receiving your full testimony in writing. All right. I will now check with our team to see if there are any other speakers who are part of our part 2 of our scoping meeting. And it looks like there are none at this time. So we'll move on to part 3 of today's public scoping meeting, where members of the general public will be able to speak for up to 3 minutes. I'll note once again that a 3-minute time tracker will begin when speakers provide their testimony. So at this time, I'd like our production team to display our time tracker. Please give us a moment as we provide our time tracker online. And while that's happening, I will just share a few reminders. Please remember that after 3 minutes have passed, speakers will be asked to conclude their remarks. If technical issues do arise that don't allow speakers to provide their testimony today, we will pause. We will move on to the next speaker to allow for troubleshooting to happen in the background. And once again, if this does happen to you, please remember to visit the how-to guides on the NYC Engage website for assistance. Or for assistance if you have dialed in instead of logged into the Zoom, please be sure to call. Excuse me, can we please reset our timer at the moment? Thank you. And go back to the 3-minute mark. Okay. For assistance, callers should hang up the phone and call 877-853-5247. When prompted for a meeting ID, please dial 618-237-7396. And when prompted for the password, dial 1. All right, let's get on to the list of our speakers, members for the general public. Our first speaker is speaker number 6, Sean Sweeney, followed by number 7, Janine Keeley. Once again, Sean Sweeney, followed by Janine Keeley. Sean Sweeney, are you able to hear us? Kindly unmute yourself. Sean Sweeney, are you able to hear us? If you are, please unmute yourself so you can provide your testimony.
It appears that Sean Sweeney has an older version of Zoom. We'll have someone reach out to him from our back of house to try to connect with him so that we can receive his testimony.
Thank you. Sean Sweeney, as you have probably heard, we will be reaching out to you separately. We'll move on to our next speaker. That next speaker is Janine Keeley. Janine Keeley, if you can hear us, please unmute yourself so you can begin your testimony. Janine Keeley.
Sorry. Hi.
Hi.
My name is Janine Kiley. I'm a Democratic district leader and a resident in SoHo. And like Arthur Schwartz, I support that the city should evaluate alternatives, specifically the community alternative rezoning plan for SoHo and NoHo. The city's plan currently proposed fails to achieve even many of the city's own stated goals. It fails to dramatically expand non-student affordable housing or even evaluate 100% affordable housing alternatives, such as the redevelopment of federally owned underutilized parking garage at 2 Howard for both affordable housing and government parking, now that there's a more favorable administration in Washington. And another example is failure to look at the purchase of distressed assets to be redeveloped at 100% affordable housing or supportive housing in light of the near-term office market glut and drop in tourism. The plan also fails to promote and preserve the uniquely mixed-use character of SoHo and NoHo, and instead prioritizes commercial office development and dormitories over non-student housing, big box retail over small businesses, and redevelopment over protections for current residents, including artists, many of whom are seniors aging in place and who are at risk of displacement. Particularly egregious is the non-residential floor area retention that incentivizes office use, not adaptive reuse, and is inconsistent with the plan's objectives to expand housing opportunities and promote adaptive reuse. It also has a very complex CPC certification process, even though the plan is being put in place to get rid of land use applications and ad hoc approvals, and is purportedly designed to reduce special permits, variances, and regulatory burdens that allegedly fail to fall disproportionately on smaller businesses. As mentioned before, the plan fails to preserve SoHo and NoHo's historic districts, and it fails to incorporate meaningful community input throughout the process. Currently, the plan ignores the recommendations from the November 2019 Envision SoHo NoHo report for additional outreach and additional study, supporting the belief that many neighbors hold that the 2019 meetings were simply a nod to public engagement. Somehow, the city will also simultaneously complete environmental analysis while receiving comments. And frankly, this is a war of attrition. Why not release today's presentation in advance, along with the registration link, so the meeting can be more efficient? Or does the city hope that many speakers, other than those paid to attend, will drop off after several hours? Finally, from an environmental perspective, the plan vastly underestimates the environmental impact because the city assumes any development in historic districts other than development on vacant lots will take place after 10 years. Why? Solely because these sites are subject to LPC review and approval, even though the city proposes a significant upzoning to R7X and R9X and is silent on air rights transfers. It is very likely that many of these sites will be developed over the next 10 years, significantly impacting nearly every CEQR technical area. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Keeley, and we do look forward to hearing more. Our next speaker is Elisa Monte, followed by Mickey McGee. Elisa Monte, if you're able to hear us, kindly unmute yourself so you can begin your testimony.
I believe I've unmuted. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Great. Well, let me start out by introducing myself as a longtime resident, having moved into the NoHo in 1973. So I was one of the first individual artists to move into a very derelict neighborhood and put our energy and love into it to bring it to what it is today, which is obviously a very sought after area that people love coming to. And I think they love coming to it simply because of the history and the love that was put into the area. That all being put aside as emotional background to what needs to be addressed, it is really an absurd idea to leave it to developers to concern themselves with low-income housing. They are not concerned with housing low or medium income. They are only concerned with their profits, as they should be. They are businessmen, and their role in life is to make as much money as they can, which is understandable. So it's completely absurd for us to put our hopes and dreams into their good intentions. That's ridiculous. It should be left to the government. It should be left to the ideas and the thoughts of people that are actually concerned, and it's their job to solve these problems. That's where it should be put, not to developers. The fact that the developers, to think that the development and the increase in the FAR in all of this NoHo and SoHo historic districts will not destroy the area and its aesthetic is again an absurdity. Of course it will. It will be nothing left of the area's unique quality. It will be destroyed, and that's totally unnecessary. We all want affordable housing, and everyone in the area is willing to work very hard and long on that with solutions that are reasonable and achievable, keeping the nature of the area and being inclusive to all those that need help. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Our next speaker is Mickey McGee, followed by Benjamin Dark. I'm very sorry if I mispronounce your names. Mickey McGee, are you able to hear us? If so, we are ready for your testimony.
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Fantastic. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I want to share with the Department of City Planning my dismay about what I see as a catastrophic lack of imagination with respect to affordable housing for our neighborhood. Our neighborhood group, South Village Neighbors, and many neighbors in this area have fought for affordable housing in places throughout the downtown area, including the St. John's Project, at Duarte Square, and so on. At the times we have fought for affordable housing, we have literally been laughed at by people from the mayor's office as well as from city planning. We're very, very stunned to see affordable housing as something that's on your agenda, and we're happy to see that it's there. But what is the failure here is that it seems that there is no vision beyond a neoliberal private housing notion of mandatory inclusionary housing, which is not mandatory. It is utterly at the discretion of developers. Further, there is no place in this plan which has designated residential development. So I strongly encourage this group, your agency, and anyone involved to stand behind and support the Community Alternative Zoning Plan, which has in it suggestions and ideas to protect the joint work quarters, live-work quarters of artists who have pioneered this neighborhood, and that has plans and the opening for developing affordable housing that will be a public good that we all strive to see realized. Thank you very much. I cede my time.
Thank you so much for your testimony. We will now move on to our next speaker, and that's Benjamin Darke. Benjamin Darke, if you're able to hear us, please unmute yourself so we can begin your testimony. Benjamin Darke. Benjamin Darke. All right. I do see, that seems, excuse me?
It appears that he's left the room.
Thank you. Okay, we'll move on to our next speaker then. Thanks so much. Our next speaker is Todd Fine. Todd Fine, followed by Jean Wilkie. Todd Fine, if you're able to hear us, please unmute yourself so we can begin your testimony.
Yes, hi. Yes, I'm the president of the Washington Street Advocacy Group, which is extremely concerned about the plans expressed in the Deputy Mayor Vicky Bean's Where We Live NYC report to promote high-rise construction in historic districts, with world-famous SoHo being the first test case. This is page 194. Through a movement begun by figures like Jane Jacobs, Margaret Mead, and Eleanor Roosevelt that saved SoHo from demolition by Robert Moses and the Lower Manhattan Expressway, New York City became a model for historic preservation in the United States and internationally. The weakening of its 1965 landmarks law and the SoHo Historic District through a gamed public dialogue process during the COVID-19 pandemic signals a general attack on the principles behind preservation. We demand that any rezoning of SoHo include new designations of individual landmarks as a result of the field survey promised in the Department of City Planning scoping document for its environmental impact statement, Task 7. The SoHo Historic District in the rezoning area holds over 600 sites, yet currently only contains 2 individual landmarks. After a significant proposed upzoning, there would be significant pressures for demolition and alteration on all historic buildings in the district, and preservation would depend solely on the politics of the Landmarks Preservation Commission at any given moment. In addition, there are substantial parts of SoHo and Chinatown in the rezoning area that are outside of any historic district and will have no protection at all. In anticipation of today's meeting, I asked that the Department of City Planning and the Landmarks Preservation Commission and the Deputy Mayor's Office release details about the proposed landmarks field survey in Task 7, with no response. If the Department of City Planning are serious about the rezoning of SoHo, this field survey should be one of the largest preservation projects in years and needs to have a defined budget, coordination with the Landmarks Preservation Commission, a pipeline for designation, and involvement of leading outside experts in architecture and history. This team of experts should also be empowered to develop the promised contextual standards that will apply to new construction and alterations. AKRF cannot handle this alone, and you shouldn't just rely on one consultancy to evaluate hundreds and hundreds of properties. This needs to be a diverse group of experts, including academics and other experts in SoHo's history. Finally, let me also say that this entire public process needs to be delayed or canceled. This meeting Zoom link for this meeting was only given 2 hours before this meeting. That I have not seen any other city agency operate in a registration process that way. This was badly handled and it's gamed to prevent our participation. Thank you.
We thank you for your feedback, and we are taking all of this testimony and revisiting our processes so that we can do better each and every time. Our next speaker is Jean Wilkie. Jean Wilkie, and while Jean Wilkie is coming online, I'd like to also note to Benjamin Darquet, if they are currently not in the meeting, but still viewing our live stream, please join our meeting via Zoom or via dial-in. And then let us know that you're here and we will come back to you so you can provide your testimony. We do want to make sure that all voices are heard today. All right, our next speaker is Jean Wilkie.
Hi, Jeannie Wilkie, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, Jeannie Wilkie from the NoHo Neighborhood Association. I am in opposition to the rezoning and upzoning as presented, and process must be paused. We are in the midst of a once in a 100-year pandemic. Data collection and analysis will give a faulty basis for the long-term planning needed for a rezoning due to the artificial and abnormal conditions being experienced. Yesterday at the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, the director of the Center for Disease Control predicted that normal conditions are not expected until at least the third quarter of 2021. There are financial and economic forecasts that go way beyond that even, particularly for the hospitality industry. There are 3 items I'd like to point to, so I don't go over what other people have gone into, and they are the transportation, air quality, and noise sections of the, regarding noise, the draft scope of work states that if the current traffic pattern is not deemed representative, which it probably won't be, existing condition noise levels will be established using previous environmental reviews within and adjacent to the rezoning area. But the methodology will be submitted later. This methodology must be part of the draft scope of work now and not for submission later. The lack of details on how noise levels will be established in an area where there have been serious issues with noise complaints is not acceptable. Next is air quality, where New York City's own 2009 report shows that this community district is highest on the New York City scale of elemental carbon, particulate matter, nitric oxide, et cetera, putting monitors out at a time of a pandemic with low traffic from buildings is not appropriate. Lastly, transportation, travel demand and traffic studies per CEQR guidelines will be grossly undercounting pedestrian trips, vehicle numbers, travel times, and the support data for air quality and noise analysis. Transit analysis, particularly at AM and peak levels at subway sections, will be completely defective for use in rezoning due to low ridership levels. To repeat, the zone plan should be withdrawn until such time as accurate data can be collected in normal conditions. The process must be paused. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. I'll now call on our next three speakers. Number 13, Peg Breen. Number 14, Pete Davies. And number 15, Laura Tenenbaum. Peg Breen, if you're able to hear us, please unmute yourself so we can hear your testimony.
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you.
Okay, all right. Good afternoon. I'm Peg Breen, president of the New York Landmarks Conservancy, a 47-year-old preservation organization. I was also a member of the NoHo SoHo study group that looked at potential rezoning of these neighborhoods last year to reflect current residential and commercial realities. All the study group members agreed that the historic character of the area must be preserved. Instead, this proposal threatens the historic districts by allowing a near doubling of new development throughout the area. This would be a substantial upzoning of a historic district and set a terrible precedent. Most of the 27 likely and 57 potential development sites listed contain existing buildings. Some are 4, 6, and 8 stories tall. Some DCP notes are within historic districts. This plan guarantees the loss of existing fabric and would increase the pressure on the Landmarks Preservation Commission to approve out-of-scale development. The Conservancy supports zoning that recognizes modern commercial and residential needs, allows residential use, protects artists, and encourages affordable housing. But none of this requires the massive upzoning currently proposed. We will submit more detailed testimony, but for now, we ask for no upzoning in the historic core, lower FAR limits throughout the rest of the area, and contextual height limits. We also ask you to list the maximum height of all the buildings being proposed. SoHo and NoHo's historic character enabled them to become the thriving mixed-use areas that attracted people from around the city and around the world. The city is risking their viability. The city should know and do better. Thank you for the opportunity to present the Conservancy's views.
Thank you for your testimony. We'll now move on to speakers 14 and 15, Pete Davies and Laura Tenenbaum. Pete Davies, if you're there, please unmute yourself so we can receive your testimony.
Yes, good afternoon. Thank you very much. My name is Pete Davies, Broadway Residents Coalition. I oppose the DCP plan. I oppose the proposed upzoning. I call on DCP to pause this process and to incorporate the community alternative plan in any future discussions. I serve as a residential representative of the SoHo Broadway Initiative, the only New York City bid with equal representation of residents. which came about due to the large number of residents along Broadway and SoHo, something that DCP ignores in its draft scope of work. In fact, DCP's general claim that Broadway has, quote, the lowest concentration of residential uses in the project area is unsubstantiated and is simply incorrect. And this is but one of the many problematic claims found throughout the 51 pages of the draft scope. DCP must pause this process. As everyone has noted, we are in unprecedented times. Under such extraordinary conditions, how can DCP study all the areas that need attention? DCP cannot. DCP must pause. As acknowledged on 10/26 in the DCP meeting, the studies have not been done. When the safe time comes, the study and analysis is needed due to the many faults and inadequacies found throughout the draft scope. DCP cites as a primary reason for this plan to promote economic recovery, resiliency, and growth. Yet DCP offers no economic analysis of its plan. The American Planning Association notes that any rezoning action to be fully transparent must include financial analysis so that everyone can properly judge the proposal. I call on DCP to do an economic analysis of the entire proposal, including for the FAR increase, the grant of value being given to property owners from the mayor and DCP. Also for any and all costs linked to the proposed conversion of the district. DCP has failed to include any such examination for SoHo and NoHo. We need an FAR analysis for all properties, including the amount of new buildable square feet of structure, including the value of that FAR, not just for the 27 projected properties or the 57 potential properties, but for all the 800 plus properties in SoHo and NoHo. We need retail space analysis for the expansion of as of right. We need special permit and study analysis. We need SLA application analysis. We need LPC application analysis. My time is out. I will send in more in writing. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. We do look forward to receiving your written comments. Our next speaker is Laura Tenenbaum. Laura Tenenbaum. I will note at this time that after our next speaker, we are going to move on to anyone joining us via telephone who wishes to provide testimony. So our next speaker is Laura Tenenbaum. Laura Tenenbaum, if you can hear us, please unmute yourself so we can hear your testimony.
I am unmuted. I was waiting for you to stop talking.
My apologies. Please begin.
Anyway, I have resided in SoHo since 1973. I live in an all-artist co-op, which has been an all-artist co-op since that time. I reject any upzoning in SoHo and NoHo. And I feel that the scoping document ignores the results of the envision process in which I was one of the participants, despite claiming to follow them. At the very best, you're picking out what you want to hear. However, I am totally in support of a mandatory affordable housing requirement. I support real affordable housing that will truly increase the percentages of people of color and diverse incomes into my neighborhood. Unfortunately, the draft scopes carve out, allowing developers to pay into a fund rather than build affordable housing or to plead financial distress, are unacceptable. It puts into question the stated purpose of the rezoning. The current plan would overwhelm the community with even more rich people, increasing their percentages and worsening any imbalance rather than bringing equity into our community. There is in fact no guarantee that the upzoning will bring in any affordable housing at all. This just makes more wealthy the landowners. This is all about real estate. I also think that affordable housing the fact of the matter is that many artist residents and other residents here already fill the bill for the upper scale of the affordability equation, and that any additional affordable housing that should come in should really be aiming for people at the lower end, extremely low income through low income people, so that we really get to be more equitable. It's important to me that we keep the historic district historic, and that means no upzoning. We also we must keep the restriction on big box stores, nothing larger than 10,000 square feet. No eating or drinking larger than 5,000 square feet. And a very strict requirement for indoor loading docks must be enforced. City planning has recently waived the requirement in several SoHo applications, and the results do not work for the residents. Lastly, I want to say that we have to put this whole process on pause. There is no need for, and every argument against, starting this extensive life-altering ULURP during a pandemic. No data collected during this period could possibly be scientifically applied to real planning.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you. I will submit more.
Okay, we do look forward to receiving that.
Thank you.
At this time, I'd like to take a pause to move on to those members of the public who have dialed into our meeting. If you did not register to speak using the dial-in hotline, please indicate that you would like to speak and provide testimony by dialing *9. Again, by dialing *9. Once your phone number is announced, just remember to dial *6 and you'll be able to unmute yourself. Again, if you did not register to speak using the dial-in hotline, please indicate that you would like to speak by dialing *9. We'll give people a moment to identify themselves. And it does look like we have one person who dialed in. It looks like we have at least two. All right, our first speaker is a phone number ending in 466. Please dial *6 to unmute yourself and we will be able to hear you.
Hello? Yes, can you
Hi,
hear me?
yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, this is Sean Sweeney. I'm the director of the SoHo Alliance. I was the first speaker and there's something wrong with the Zoom.
Yes,
but
my
anyway, that's
apologies for that.
another issue. Let's look at the SoHo Alliance. Actually, is the successor to the SoHo Artists Association, which worked with city planning back in 1971 to give us the successful zoning we have now. Now I see ourselves working against city planning. It's a terrible reversal of fortune. Look at the success we had for the last 50 years. I really wish you would include in future hearings, include the alternative community plan, which you will be getting. But let's talk about SoHo's infrastructure. It's in a floodplain. There's been regular flooding on West Broadway and Grand going back for decades. Any new building will have to go down to the bedrock. What effect will this have on the historic buildings adjacent to these? We have had raw sewage. We've had Sandy going up as far as West Broadway and Grand and Worcester and Grand. Secondly, so we have to see what the cost will be for this increased infrastructure, like building bathtubs around the surface to keep the water out of the basement. Secondly, let's talk about crowds. This is going to bring in at least about 6,400 new residents, and God knows how many more shoppers into these big box stores and office workers. Originally, the Department of Transportation wanted to have this Times Square Mall on Prince Street because it was so crowded. That was 10 years ago. Thankfully, we would convince them it would be more advantageous to go to Times Square. That was a success. If Prince Street was too crowded 10 years ago, what is it going to be like when you have thousands and thousands of more residents and shoppers? You have to do an impact study on congestion increasing. There's a parking lot on Hester and Baxter, which is really Chinatown nowadays. What is luxury housing going to do to the poor people living in the tenements in Chinatown? This is the first upzoning in a historic district in 55 years. Why is that happening now? Will this be meaning Could you please tell us, will this mean upzoning in every other historic district in the city? Finally, Canal Street is a hot zone declared by the Federal Environmental Protection Agency as one of the worst spots in America, second only in New York City to the South Bronx. 6,400 new tenants, many of them wealthy, are going to need their cars and their limousines. Where are they going to park? Have you been doing an air quality study like the EPA had done 10 years ago in Canal Street, where these results that I'm talking about were obtained? I think you should have an air quality study. And what about schools? All these people are going to have children. There's no schools here. Also, I understand, so you need to do an analysis on that. I also understand that for the ratio for every sort of 1,000 people, New York Police Department requires one police officer. We're defunding the police. Where are we going to get the additional police to patrol and protect all these new stores and these new residents? So thank you I'm totally against this upzoning. I support the
That's
community.
time.
Thank you very much. I support the alternative.
Thank you so much for your testimony. All right, let's remind folks who have already registered, or I'm sorry, who have not registered in Zoom, but have raised their hands or are interested in speaking. Please, if you could please register yourselves using our online portals or our dial-in information. We will get you all lined up to speak, and we will give you the opportunity to provide your testimony. I am now moving on to speaker who is dialed in, number 422, phone number ending in 422. Once again, dial in number 422. We are ready to receive your testimony. Okay, it appears that that person has either left the meeting or is experiencing technical difficulties.
Can you hear me? Can you hear
yes.
me?
Yes, you are. We can hear you now. Thank you.
Hi. This is Geraldine Scalia. I really appreciated what Sean just said and what everyone has said, and mine is a lot less technical, but I'm opposed to the DCP's plan and opposed to the upzoning. The environmental impact, I'm just reading my letter that I'm sending. The environmental impact of this plan is so negative, both for the neighborhood and for the skyline of Manhattan. Environmentally, the air quality will diminish, particularly with the added vehicular traffic. Congestion on the sidewalks and streets is not a positive thing. This will completely cancel any charm this neighborhood has, and which attracts people to live and visit the neighborhood. As I walk down Broadway in SoHo, there's a mega Nike store with a long line around the corner. Don't we have enough sneaker stores on Broadway? And I believe there are a few Nike stores in Lower Manhattan already. This is not interesting or unique or good for smaller business people and designers. It's stifling. The unique mom and pop stores and small designer stores are what drew people to shop here. The architecture is one of a kind and unique to this former factory area. Why turn this into a mall? If I want to shop at bigger stores, I will go to 34th Street or Uptown 14th Street and above. I live on Houston Street. It's already a thoroughfare to New Jersey and Brooklyn. Do you care about air quality? I say go to the suburbs or bigger land spaces to build your plastic megalith. And most of the residents of the area want developers to stop ruining our skylines, our streets, our neighborhoods, and our air. I have lived in SoHo and vicinity for 40 years. I'm a professional artist and aging at that. As many need new, accessible, affordable housing for low-income working artists. I stand with broadening the plan for reasonable living workspaces for local artists, working in tandem with the neighborhood and the politicians in this neighborhood, the people who we work, the community. Think clearly about this upzoning that is most advantageous to the needs of the people living in this area. Thanks. That's it.
Thank you so much for your remarks. We'll move on to another caller. And again, as a reminder, we are going to get to everyone who wishes to speak today. So if you, even if you have not registered, but you've raised your hand or otherwise signal that you would like to speak, we will get to you. So we appreciate your patience while we get through our list. Our next speaker is someone who's dialed in. Their phone number ends in 828. Once again, 828. And please dial *6 to unmute yourself.
Yes, I don't know if you've got the right person here.
We can hear you.
Well, all right, I'll make my testimony. My name is Judith Renley. I've lived in the neighborhood for 40 years. I am an artist, and I live in a rent-stabilized apartment. My concerns are that this project lacks vision. It calls itself an envision process, but there's no vision. It seems to only repeat past mistakes. The reforms offer a kind of a knee-jerk attempt at a future which we're planning during a pandemic. I agree with everyone who's spoken about this timing. We need to pause. Nothing should be decided until after the pandemic is under control. Development in the neighborhood is changed. We don't need to increasingly grow, but to repurpose and utilize existing structures. There are so many big luxury housing units that are virtually empty. They need to be repurposed if actually affordable housing is the idea. I'm really personally concerned as a rent stabilized tenant about the displacement of existing tenants. No one is letting those of us know who are at risk what the future has planned for us or how we can endure this kind of attack. So I'm totally against it, and I am hearing all the speakers, everyone who's spoken is against this project. So who is for it and why? I absolutely believe that this is the developers have created this, and it's all about money. So I'm disappointed, and I think you should pause and reconsider this plan. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. At this time, we're going to be shifting back to our registered speakers. If we can please reset the clock. Our next two speakers, number 16, Stephen Herrick, followed by number 17, Amanda Yagi. Stephen Herrick, if you're able to hear me, please unmute yourself.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, yeah, I'm Steve Herrick, Executive Director of the Cooper Square Committee, a tenant rights and affordable housing preservation organization in the Lower East Side and East Village. I was also a member of the NoHo SoHo study group. Cooper Square Committee supports the introduction of mandatory inclusionary housing into the study area, as well as loosening of restrictions on retail uses to allow for ground floor retail with use groups 6 and 10 allowed in parts of the study area. We also support efforts to incentivize retaining and expanding the cultural character of the community, possibly through carefully crafted zoning bonuses. In all parts of the study area, we want to see height limits on new buildings enacted. However, DCP's proposed zoning districts don't reflect the recommendations of the planning report released last year based on the advisory group's many meetings, and don't truly reflect the goals and objectives stated in the work scope. Instead, DCP proposes substantial upzoning of most of the study area, including the historic districts. Cooper Square strongly urges a nuanced approach that maintains a 5.0 FAR in the historic residential core of SoHo, which is sub-area 7, which comprises roughly 40% of the study area. It would only generate about 10% of the projected low-income units in DCP's soft site analysis. So it would be no loss to keep the FAR at 5.0. Instead, we recommend really focusing on and taking advantage of the significant affordable housing opportunities outside the historic district, sub-areas 3 and 8 in particular, and part of sub-area 1. DCP's soft site analysis shows that these areas can generate over 80% of the new affordable housing in NoHo and SoHo. Particularly, we recommend lower density than the R10 districts that DCP is proposing. We think R9A zoning is worth analyzing as an alternative. It provides an 8.5 FAR and 175-foot height limit. We definitely want it to be contextual, given that the soft sites in the area within a 1-block radius have similar buildings of similar height. We also align ourselves with the NoHo Bowery stakeholders position that asked DCP to analyze a more simplified zoning scenario for the 11 blocks in NoHo, north of Houston. Basically, I should probably let Zola Jones speak on those, so I won't go into detail on them. But we believe that despite adopting lower density than what DCP is proposing, the city should still generate a comparable amount of low-income housing if it uses a more aggressive MIH formula.
Thank you so much for your comments. Your time is up, so we'll receive your comment in writing. We do have a long list of speakers coming up next.
Sure.
Thank you very much. I'd like to take a brief pause right now to announce a clarification that if anyone has already joined us via Zoom, but originally did not indicate that they wanted to join us via and provide their own testimony, you still are able to provide testimony. And what you do need to do is go on Zoom again, re-register and answer yes to question 1. Again, go to our portal, re-register for a meeting and answer yes to question 1 so that we can keep track of all of the speakers and again, ensure that everyone who wants to speak today has an opportunity to do so. Thank you very much. And we'll move on to our next speaker, number 17, Amanda Yagi, followed by 18, Emily Hellstrom. Amanda Yagi.
Hi, can you hear me?
Hi, yes, we can hear you.
Thanks. I was so glad to hear what everyone else has had to say so far. I agree with everyone saying that the timing of this right now is it's basically senseless because the data you're using predates the pandemic. So right there, I think this whole process should be put on hold. But that brings me to my next point. So I'm going to try to avoid going over what other people have said, which is that 2020, I think, was one of the 3 hottest years on record. The reduction in greenhouse emissions didn't make a dent, actually. So I looked at the city's own data. The city set a goal, this administration in 2015, to reduce by greenhouse emissions 30% by 2030 from 2005 levels. And then abandoned that goal, apparently, completely. From 2005 to 2019, there's only a 15% drop. This is such a carbon intensive and environmentally destructive plan in a city that's already full of vacant space that's already being heated and cooled. Plus you lose the carbon capture that exists in the already built structures. Just any casual survey of Manhattan landscape right now shows vacant big box stores, vacant luxury apartments, vacant non-luxury apartments. Again, I don't understand, and I haven't seen an explanation for why pre-pandemic the city abandoned meeting its emission goals. And this plan does nothing but generate a huge new quantity of emissions for an area which, as Mr. Sweeney said, is already so heavily burdened. Thanks, I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you so much for your testimony. We'll now call on our next two speakers. Those speakers are Emily Hellstrom and Sujan Sarkar. Emily Hellstrom and Sujan Sarkar.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. My name is Emily Hellstrom, and I'm actually currently wearing a mask because we are in a global pandemic and I'm in a place that I can't take my mask off. So I do hope you can hear me.
Yes, we
I
can.
am the co-op board president of the largest residential co-op on the Broadway corridor. And we spoke about this rezoning, upzoning at our last board meeting. It is very, very clear that the residents in my building are absolutely up in arms and very, very sad about this, the actions called in this plan. Unfortunately, many, many, many of our residents attended all of the Envision SoHo NoHo that happened over the course of many months, hours and hours of time spent in what we were told by Borough President Gail Brewer, as well as City Councilwoman Margaret Chin, that this would be truly a ground up rezoning, that this was about what people wanted. We spent hours of time putting in our testimony and opinions, and nothing that is in this plan that came out of the District Planning Council is what we did in the Envision SoHo NoHo, unfortunately. So much of this is about office space, and really we could be looking at truly affordable housing. We need to take a look at the community plan that the community has come together and endorsed. Many, many, many different activist groups have endorsed this plan. We need to take a look at that. I also am the vice president of the SoHo Broadway Initiative, though I am not speaking on behalf of the initiative. I spent hours and hours compromising with commercial property owners, talking about how can we come together for a compromise. This upzoning has nothing to do with what we talked about in the compromise. And I'm severely disappointed. Why can't we have ground up adult conversations about what we want to have happen instead of being foisted upon us something that we absolutely do not want? We do not need increased FAR. We do not need basement to very high commercial property, retail. We really need to have a simple plan that makes whole the people who are here so that we can absolutely have, residents who are legal. We need to keep the affordable housing that's already here. We should be turning office space into residential if we need to make, because we absolutely need to make new affordable housing. So we should be absolutely looking at those things.
Thank you so much for your testimony.
And
do need to move on to our long list of speakers, but we will accept your testimony in writing if you'd like to send the complete version to us. Our next speaker is Sujan Sarkar, followed by Lynn Ellsworth. Number 19, Sujan Sarkar. We're ready for you. Sujan Sarkar, if you're here, please unmute yourself.
Hi, my name is Stephen Smith, and my comment is essentially that, I'm happy that the city is considering rezoning the sites for residential use. However, I have two issues. The first one is, I feel a little weird coming here and, speaking out against higher density. Hello?
Yes.
Sorry, okay, I'm speaking, all right. I feel, a little weird coming out, speaking out against the commercial density, but the fact is MIH is a sort of serious impairment to the value of a residential development site. And if you apply MIH to, one FAR point of residential land, it's going to be worth less than the commercial land. So if in the highest density district you allow a roughly equal amount of residential and commercial FAR, the developers are going to choose the commercial FAR. You're going to get a bunch of office buildings. And, New York City is undersupplied in office space, and it has these, horrible knock-on effects, especially for the industrial market in the outer boroughs as developers convert those to office buildings. But, if the goal is to build housing, it's not going to happen if you allow similar residential and commercial densities. And in fact, if you, even cut the commercial densities to 5 and the residential densities to 10, there's a very good chance that they're going to build half the building as commercial. I know that traditionally, office developers like larger floor plates, but the truth is a lot of these high-paying boutique tenants don't take huge spaces. They're like these small boutique finance shops, and they will take a small floor plate if you allow it. So, basically, you need to understand that the economics of MIH development are not strong, even in a place like SoHo with rents so high, given where construction costs are and given the rents that you have to charge for the affordable units. So you really need to make it worth developers' while to build the residential. And I understand you can't upzone beyond FAR 12 given state law. So unfortunately, you really need to downzone the commercial space. Now, the city does need more commercial space because, like I said, it creates displacement of commercial, especially industrial users in the outer boroughs if there's not enough in Manhattan, but there's other neighborhoods for it. The meatpacking district is kind of a joke of a historic district, so that's a good place for it. And then my other comment is that I think it's a real shame that you're not maxing out the residential density in NoHo, for example. I think that parking lot, for example, in Great Jones should be, R10 equivalent, because there's not a lot of room for development in SoHo. So you really need to make use of every site that you can, that doesn't have a historic building on it. So anyway, but the most important thing is really you just need to be mindful of the economics of MIH. There's a lot of rhetoric about how this is a giveaway to developers, but the fact is it's not true. It's this land is not really worth that much once you apply this mandatory inclusionary housing overlay to it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments and testimony. And my apologies for the mix-up in your name. We are now moving ahead with speakers number 20 and 21. Speaker number 20 is Lynn Ellsworth. Speaker number 21 is Mark Dykus. Lynn Ellsworth, we are ready for your testimony.
Great. Did I unmute properly? Can you hear me?
You did. Yes, we can.
Great. I'm Lynn Ellsworth. I'm chair of the Tribeca Trust and co-founder of Human Scale NYC. Tribeca Trust and Human Scale NYC both object to the entire content of the zoning proposal on hand, based as it is in deeply flawed social science about housing prices, for which there is absolutely no consensus among economists, no matter what the Edward Glaser fans will say. It's tragic that this is being done to benefit Edison Properties in Trinity and serve as a wedge in Vicky Bean's well-known war against historic districts. The claims for public benefit are laughable, and the harms that will be done are great indeed. Worse, the full harms are unaccounted for in the EIS method. Therefore, we support the community alternative and call for a pause until after the city is vaccinated. We also object to the process by which this proposal is being railroaded through with the manipulated public consultative process that undermines the legitimacy of municipal government. Very deep reform is needed. We object to Zoom being used as a substitute for real public hearings, and we believe that the public's rights in the ULURP process are being steamrollered by the use of Zoom. We are dismayed by the city planning and Open NYC's offensive and illogical race and class baiting that is being used to justify this proposal. All that race and class analysis is also based on shamefully flawed social science. The EIS methodology and scope is not credible. It does not account for cumulative effects of all developments taking place within a mile radius of the 3 housing sites and their cumulative impacts on wastewater, sewage, historic districts, traffic congestion, subway use, sidewalk space, and on libraries, parks, and public schools. The flaws are so great that any person looking into it would logically conclude that the flaws are there so as to assure that the proposal is being shoved through the system. DCP has made a massive mess here. We hope that the electoral process can fix it. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. We'll move on to our next handful of speakers. Speaker number 21 is Mark Dykus. Speaker number 22, William Thomas. Speaker number 23, Casey Verkovitz, and speaker number 24, Ankur Dalal. Mark Dykus, speaker number 21, we are ready for your testimony.
Hi, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. My name is Mark Dykus. I'm the executive director of the SoHo Broadway Initiative, the not-for-profit that manages the neighborhood-focused business improvement district on Broadway from Houston to Canal. I was also a member of the Envision SoHo NoHo advisory group, and I'm pleased to be speaking with you this afternoon. The SoHo Broadway Initiative supports pursuing the SoHo NoHo plan's important policy goals of creating more affordable housing and legalizing residential as well as retail uses. Updating these outdated rules will support a more equitable recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic by creating more affordable housing, much needed affordable housing, and creating more certainty for those who want to legally live in and operate a business in SoHo. The increases in the floor area ratio and the draft scope of work is concerning to many people in these neighborhoods. We encourage the city to achieve these important policy goals in ways that do not change the historic character of these important historic neighborhoods. We urge the Department of City Planning to explore alternative approaches, including ones that rely on lower floor to area ratios within the historic districts, converting office space to residential, or other approaches to achieve the important goals of bringing more affordable housing into these neighborhoods while also maintaining the one-of-a-kind historic look and feel of these neighborhoods. In completing the environmental impact study for the proposed rezoning, it's important to consider that SoHo is a neighborhood where people live right next door to retail and office businesses. Day-to-day operations like garbage collection and deliveries can be challenging to fit into a mixed-use community like SoHo, as these operations frequently use public sidewalk space and can be noisy. City planning should study ways to change the zoning and other public policies to give back this space to the public while helping to provide a quiet night to residents. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today, and good luck.
Thank you. Our next speaker is number 22, William Thomas, followed by number 23, Casey Verkovitz. William Thomas, please unmute yourself.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, beautiful. Hi, everyone. My name is William Thomas. I live in the East Village, and I'm here as a member of Open New York, an independent, all-volunteer pro-housing organization. I wanted to quickly thank DCP for the work so far. There's a lot of good in it, and I was especially heartened to see the emphasis placed on mixed income housing, which SoHo and NoHo certainly need more of, being among the most expensive and segregated neighborhoods in the city. That said, I wanted to focus my testimony on a few issues we had with the plan. First, the commercial allowances appear far too high across the board. They risk crowding out new housing. So the city should drop those commercial allowances, especially in the housing opportunity areas, to ensure that residential construction will always be the better choice. Secondly, as much of the rezoning area is landmarked, we should approach the rezoning with an eye to maximize opportunity on the relatively few non-contributing sites that exist with relevant context. There are many buildings either in or across the street from the proposed R9X districts that are very densely built. So those areas should be mapped as R10 instead, which would boost the residential density from FAR 9.7 to 12. Similarly, the R7X district should instead be mapped with at least R8X, possibly higher in some pockets. Thirdly, the city proposes that the commercial floor area must be replaced 1-to-1 in the case of developments or conversions. This would severely limit potential residential conversions and should be scrapped entirely. Fourth, there are many development sites that are not included in the city's projections or not as dense as they could be. 55 Bleecker Street or 477, 479 West Broadway are directly adjacent to buildings larger than the proposed rezoning, and the proposed FAR should be increased, even if the maps look a little messier for it. 2 Howard Street is a parking garage owned by the federal government. It should be included in the rezoning, as well as 142 Grand Street, which is owned by the city. These may seem like relatively minor tweaks, but they could make the difference between a rezoning that ultimately results in a few hundred homes versus a few thousand, And for all the families that could potentially live here, and especially in the affordable units, that could make all the difference in the world. So I really hope you consider making those changes. And while it doesn't relate to the scope per se, we hope that you will plan on including the deepest affordability for those units, as well as open the community preference beyond CB2 itself, so that you can really maximize the opportunity that this rezoning could provide. Thank you. Have a great night.
Thank you for your testimony. We'll now move on to our next speaker. Speaker number 23 is Casey Berkowitz, followed by 24, Ankur Dalal, and number 25, Andrew Berman. Casey Berkowitz, please unmute yourself.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. First of all, I want to thank you for this meeting. I do appreciate that you have largely without a hitch held an online meeting. While I wish that it was at a time that was more accessible for working New Yorkers, I do think that the online format is working well and is certainly allowing me and many others to attend when we wouldn't be able to attend in person. As to the draft scope of work, I do want to echo previous comments that the commercial FAR, I believe, should be lowered. I think that the economic analysis that a previous speaker laid out generally matches the real estate market and probably will even in a down market for office space. And realistically, the many benefits that I believe would come from rezoning of SoHo and NoHo for increased housing, for integration, and for the environment depend on housing and not office use, as much as New York does could, I think, use more diverse array of office space. The real benefit here is the integration and the sustainability benefits for housing in SoHo and NoHo, which, as I'm sure you know, are extremely white and wealthy, and are also extremely well served by transit. So to that end, I believe that the residential FAR should be higher so that selling it and developing it as residential would pencil in a way that commercial use wouldn't. I also want to echo a previous speaker's comments on city and federal government-owned lots that are currently largely non-contributing uses that appear to have been excluded from the study area. As many speakers have said, I believe that there is actually a lot of potential for government-developed affordable housing, and I think that in addition to including those non-contributing lots in the study area, the DCP and other city and federal and state agencies should put out RFPs to develop them for mixed income or even entirely affordable housing. And lastly, I'd like to urge you to better coordinate with the Department of Education and the District 2 of the Community Education Council, District 2, and the superintendent there to do everything you can to further not only housing, but school integration. Some of the best performing schools in the city are in the southern half of Manhattan, if not SoHo proper. And because some of those schools use residency-based admissions requirements, new affordable housing in particular and new housing in general in SoHo and NoHo could open a lot of opportunity to New York families who are otherwise in neighborhood schools that do not perform as well on many of the standard metrics as schools in this area. And so I'd urge you to both map the housing opportunity zones in this scope with school admission zones from the Department of Education, but also just more generally, I'd encourage the Department of City Planning to coordinate with the Department of Education. Thanks very much.
Thank you for your testimony. I'll now call the names of our next four speakers. Number 24, Ankur Dalal. Number 25, Andrew Berman. Number 26, Bo Ricobono. And number 27, Eli S. Our next speaker is Ankur Dalal. Please unmute yourself.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. I strongly support the city's plan to upzone SoHo and NoHo and allow for new market rate and affordable housing. These neighborhoods are transit rich and located close to North America's two largest job centers. Failure to allow new development in line with demand in these neighborhoods has resulted in prices that are unaffordable to all but the wealthy or those lucky enough to either buy their homes or obtain rent-controlled leases decades ago. I'm particularly disappointed by some of the elected officials who spoke earlier today, who had the gall to complain about a lack of new housing, to complain about a proposal for new housing in this neighborhood while having presided over decades of gentrification and doing nothing to address it. It's unsurprising, if disappointing, that many members of the community who already get to live here and who are current residents have spoken out against this plan and don't want to change the status quo from which they benefit. I believe that this rezoning will provide new homes for those who want to join this wonderful community, and I appreciate the chance to get to speak in favor of it. I think the plan is a wonderful way forward that will allow thousands of homes for potentially tens of thousands of New Yorkers. But to maximize the number of homes, I have to echo some of the comments that were previously made. First, I do think, given the economics of the mandatory inclusionary housing policy, that the commercial densities should be lower. If they can be across the board a FAR of 2, I think you could then get a result where you'd have as much affordable housing as possible. But if you think that a commercial FAR of 2 is too low, at least leave it at 5 rather than increasing it to 10 in the places where you have proposed to increase it. I also think that the residential densities are too low, and I echo some of the comments that were made earlier about the residential densities being too low. In particular, I think that the Broadway housing corridor, NoHo North, the Canal corridor, that all looks to be about R9X should instead be mapped with an R10, and the R7X districts within the historic district should be R8X or higher if possible. Thank you again for the opportunity to speak. I think this is a wonderful plan, and with a few small tweaks could result in thousands of homes for tens of thousands of people, and a real change in the quality of life for a lot of New Yorkers. So I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Our next speaker is Andrew Berman, followed by Bo Ricobono and Eli S. Number 25, Andrew Berman, please unmute yourself.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm Andrew Berman, Executive Director of Village Preservation, and I strongly oppose the mayor's upzoning plan and support the community alternative plan submitted by more than a dozen local community groups. I don't think that any public review and approval process should take place for any rezoning until in-person meetings can begin again and a full analysis of the plan's impacts can be done, which is clearly not happening in this rushed timeframe. The analysis done by the city so far is deeply flawed. It leaves out many sites which are likely to be developed under the proposed rezoning with huge oversized buildings, and it fails to account for the many current rent stabilized and loft law tenants, as well as small businesses, which are likely to be pushed out by the proposed changes. Requiring affordable housing in new residential development, one of the purported purposes of the city's proposed rezoning, can be done without the proposed upzoning. It can be applied to new residential development at the same size and scale currently allowed for other kinds of development in SoHo and NoHo, 5 FAR, as the community plan calls for. Retail rules can be changed to accommodate reasonably sized businesses, as in the community plan, but the proposed allowance in the city plan for over 10,000 square feet for retail is outrageous. A limit of 10,000 square feet for retail and 5,000 square feet for eating and drinking establishments is more than sufficient. It should be noted that the city's plan doesn't guarantee even a single unit of affordable housing being built in SoHo and NoHo. It's an entirely market-driven plan, so nothing gets built until or unless a for-profit developer feels it fits their bottom line. The plan also allows off-site substitutes, and more disturbingly, also offers massive upzonings for commercial uses in the quote housing opportunity zones unquote as well, meaning it's entirely possible that any and all development sites in these areas could be filled with office buildings or hotels, which would provide no affordable housing. The city's plan also discourages conversions of commercial buildings to residential uses through the commercial floor area retention provisions. This should be dropped. It must be noted that in typical times, the streets of SoHo and NoHo are choked with residents, visitors, workers, and shoppers. The city plan proposes adding thousands more to the mix, with allowances for huge big box chain stores and an upzoning which would create vastly out of scale structures and encourage demolition of existing historic ones. The community alternative plan provides affordable housing and reasonable accommodations for as-of-right retail. The city's plan is merely a bonanza for real estate developers who've donated generously to the mayor's campaign and lobbied for these changes. changes which will destroy the historic character of two iconic New York neighborhoods.
That's time. Sorry, 5 minutes was added inadvertently.
Thank you, Mr. Berman. We'll accept your testimony in writing in full. Our next speaker is number 26, Bo Ricobono, followed by number 27, Eli S.
Yes, hi, Bo Ricobono, longtime resident of SoHo. I also work in SoHo.
Pardon for one moment. We need to reset our clock to 3 minutes.
Give me 5.
I would love to, unless you are needing an interpreter, we can't give you 5 minutes. Just give us one moment, please, while we reestablish our clock.
Okay.
There we go. All right, please begin.
All right. Yeah, I don't want to belabor many good points that have already been made, but I just want to concentrate on a couple of things. One, I want to be very clear, although I'm participating in this process, I want to be very clear that I think this process should not go on. It is probably illegal. It may be challenged in court, and therefore I do want to be clear that we're preserving a claim that this process is not legal. I understand that due to the COVID-19 crisis, there were certain actions taken to make legal these kinds of online meetings, and I can understand, and they have been very helpful, and I can understand their need for ministerial decisions that must go on. This is a completely, the zoning is something that can happen really at any time. It hasn't happened, as many people have pointed out, hasn't happened for 50 years. I think postponing it for a few months would not be the worst thing. It's a discretionary process. I do not believe it comes within the purview of the changes to the public meetings laws that took place. I want to be clear on that. I think this process is illegal as it is going on right now. Other issues that haven't, I don't think, adequately been addressed are an over-reliance on the city's Landmark Preservation Commission to uphold the character of the neighborhood. There are myriad examples of horrible decisions that the LPC made. Let's remember that the LPC is a political unit, so we can't necessarily depend on their good graces and their good judgment. I mean, just an example, the Poe Room, the Provincetown Playhouse. There was a church over on, I think it's East 12th Street, where there was a huge building built by NYU, in front of which is a preserved facade of an old church. I mean, it's absolutely absurd that this was allowed, and believe me, this can happen. So there is an over-reliance on the LPC to protect this wonderful community of SoHo and NoHo. And again, to everybody's benefit, you know, let's be careful not to kill the goose that laid the golden egg. SoHo and NoHo developed in the way that they did because of what they are. And now I see city planning trying to kill it to satisfy the political purposes of basically a failed mayoral administration. And in the last death throes of this administration, I think it's horrible. I respect you people who work there. I know you have jobs to do. I'm sorry that you have been asked to do this. And I think that this process should pause. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Our next speaker, number 27, is Eli S., followed by number 28, Timothy Burke. Eli S., please unmute yourself. Eli S., if you're able to hear us, please unmute yourself.
It appears that Eli has left the meeting.
Thank you so much. We'll move on to our next speaker, number 28, Timothy Burke.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. I've heard arguments that this proposal will gentrify SoHo and ruin the neighborhood. Displacement is not caused by too many homes. It's caused by too few. The only displacement will be of racists who want to live in segregated white-only neighborhoods. The historic preservation is being used as a tool to increase property values of current landowners. Andrew Berman mediocrely writes so in his article, "Landmarking Helps, Not Hurts Property Values." There are some interesting delay tactics that are nothing more than trying to talk this proposal to death. Environmentally, building housing near transit is the best thing we can do to help fight climate change. We need this rezoning for a more affordable and just New York City. I urge the DCP to increase residential density in their scope to promote more housing. I also want to thank the DCP for maintaining such a professional composure while listening to such crazy testimony.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Our next speaker is number 29, Ken A., followed by speaker number 30, Ronnie Wolf. Speaker number 29, Ken A., if you're still with us, please unmute yourself. Ken A. All right, it sounds like we're experiencing technical difficulties with Ken A. We'll move on to our next speaker, number 30, Ronnie Wolf. Number 30, Ronnie Wolf. Ronnie Wolf, are you able to hear us? If you are, please unmute yourself.
Hello,
Hi.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
So I'm not going to be offering testimony, but I have two questions for DCP. But first, I'd like to go on record that this process should be paused and the plan rejected. I moved here in 1979. I'm a professional certified artist and own my apartment and a commercial space on Broadway. My first question is, why has DCP proposed to designate Broadway a business corridor? And by doing so, what advantage does it deliver to the city? So that's my first question. My second question is, why isn't indoor parking mandated to be included within any development sites? After all, once those sites are developed, the neighborhoods will lose thousands of parking spaces. Can we expect that DCP will review and correct this erroneous omission? Thank you.
Thank you, Ronnie Wolf. Well, we are unable to answer your questions at this very moment. We will consider them and provide a formal response in our final scope of work. Thank you so much for your testimony. All right. At this moment, I am going to pause so we can provide an opportunity for anyone who's dialed in to please indicate that they'd like to provide testimony by dialing *9. Let's see if we have anyone else who has dialed in and would like to speak. Please dial *9 to indicate that you would like to speak. Let's give people a moment to indicate that they would like to speak and see if my colleagues have identified anyone. All right. We do have one dialer who would like to provide testimony. Their phone number ends in 064. Please dial *6 to unmute yourself. Hello.
Yes, hello.
Yes.
Yeah, I would like to speak. My phone number is 8064, ends in 8064.
Okay. You are on and we can hear you just fine.
Okay, perfect. So I'm Stephen Slade, and like virtually everybody else, I'm against this plan for SoHo. I own my home here. Everybody in my building is up in arms about this plan. This is a bad idea. I'm also against increasing pollution, sewage, increasing the poor air quality and crowds, mostly for luxury apartments to be built. SoHo is artists, museums, restaurants, churches, and retail, and yet they say it needs more commercial development to make it more interesting. They say they want to add density, yet this plan is supposed to increase flexibility. This actually reminds me of the project where they wanted to build a freeway straight through SoHo. Luckily, they realized that was a bad idea. This is going to cost us quality of life, heritage, and dollars. It's touted as creating a new central business district, Tourists aren't coming to see a new central business district. Tourism brings in $100 billion a year. To put that in perspective, our entire city budget is $84 billion. Tourism's already taken a huge hit this year. Why destroy it completely? And finally, isn't a historical district a trust going forward for future generations to preserve something of value so that our children and grandchildren can experience a bit of life their parents and great-grandparents did? Why would we violate that? Boston, New Orleans, Paris, London, they wouldn't destroy their history. Why would we? I feel we should keep our promises to future generations, especially if the alternative is to destroy a historical neighborhood simply for more luxury density. It's okay to have a bad idea, and this is a bad idea, but it's not okay to not realize that the idea is bad and then to give it up when most everyone else, as evidenced by the response to this call, realizes it's a bad idea. Thank you very much for the time to speak. I appreciate it.
Thank you for your time and for your testimony. Our next speaker who has dialed in, their phone number ends with 554. Once again, phone number 554. Please dial *6 to unmute yourself so we can begin your testimony.
Hello, this is Benjamin Darsh. I'm hanging in there. I couldn't find the unmute on the Zoom call, so here I am.
You did it well here.
In any case, I've been listening to all of the testimonies, and I mostly agree with those that are totally opposed to this massive upzoning, and also questioning the reasonableness of achieving the MIH goals. I live on Great Jones in NoHo, and we're actually, my wife and I, we're being pushed out by the current gentrification. Let's not even think about what happens in the future with this upzoning. With increasing property taxes and building maintenance, we're not going to be able to afford to live there pretty soon. And we're going to have to move out as seniors, which is something the city really needs to take into account when it does any kind of environmental impact. This is a social impact that's significant, as we've heard from other speakers. The upzoning is also inconsistent with the affordable housing goals. Again, I agree with many of the speakers who are requesting a delay until the pandemic is under control. It's not possible to justify the assumptions that the EIS will use to assess traffic, noise, construction, and other impacts based on economic, demographic, financial, and other assumptions that are critical to the results. It's not really possible to do, and I really don't think it should be done now. It has to get back to some semblance of normalcy. Also, another reason for a delay is my and many people that we've heard is a lack of trust in the whole community participation process. The Envision process that we attended, and as other speakers have said, spent many hours going to meetings. It was a slap in the face when literally nothing that we had discussed with the consultants and other officials in the planning department was considered, in my view, in the scoping report. The scoping report had many platitudes, economic development, achieving housing goals, and all these wonderful things, but they were just words. What we were trying to do with the Envision meeting was what many of the people who were talking today and giving testimony, maintain the historic, wonderful sense of the neighborhood and try and keep it from further gentrification and obliteration. So this, I don't feel that the CIS can proceed without a third community alternative plan option that many of the speakers have also proposed. And this has to be done, in my view, with a sincere community process, not some
Thank you so much for your comments. We are at time, and we do have a long list of speakers.
Okay.
We'll move on to our next speaker.
All right.
At this moment, My colleague, Stephanie Chalou, Deputy Director of the Environmental Assessment and Review Division, will now take over and call in the next few speakers. Stephanie?
Great, thanks, Olga. Our next dial-in speaker's phone number ends in 898. Please go ahead and unmute yourself by dialing *6 and we'll hear your testimony.
Yeah, hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes, please begin your testimony. Thank you.
Okay, great. Hi, my name's Joe DeMundi. I'm a longtime resident of SoHo on Crosby Street. I live in a co-op that is both a residence and then we own multiple retail units. So we're sort of owner landlords. I have a number of concerns with the proposal. I don't want to repeat everything that folks have already said. I think a couple of points. One, it just seems to me that the benefit for affordable housing relative to the massive upzoning, it doesn't seem like a very good trade for the city. I think as we look at what I'll call a few hundred units, that's effectively one building's worth of affordable housing. We have to do better than that, and we should be able to do better than that. And we don't need to upzone an entire neighborhood to do that. And I think anyone who thinks that effectively doubling the height of buildings in SoHo isn't going to dramatically impact the neighborhood is frankly being disingenuous. The second piece, I'm actually concerned that what's been proposed accelerates gentrification in the areas that are not yet fully gentrified. And so when I think about South SoHo and the shoulders, that's really where the housing opportunity areas are sited. And that's exactly where folks who are, a lot of them older, fixed income, currently live. And so I think the notion that you're looking at incremental affordable housing units when you take into account that displacement is naive. I think when I look at the map, within a block of where I live, there are two locations that are projected to be developed on Crosby. One is a rent stabilized building that is 100% affordable units right now. And the other is a very historically significant architectural building. So if those two buildings are massively renovated or destroyed, I have a hard time seeing how we're actually raising equity or preserving historical character in the neighborhood. The last point that I'll make, and it's relevant, I think, to some of these shoulder housing opportunity areas, is you're taking sort of a scalpel to some of these areas and really taking historic streets and carving them into multiple districts in a way that's going to destroy the historic character of the street. So if you take my street alone, it's going to be 3 different zones on one street. When people walk down a street, they look holistically and think about the character where they are. They don't look at it a building at a time. And so I think when you think about no matter what direction you go in, looking at this as an integrated neighborhood and not individual slivers of buildings, I think is really important. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Our next speaker is Alexander Naratov.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Alexander Naratov speaking on behalf of New York loft tenants in opposition to a blanket upzoning, particularly of commercial use, and to the introduction of unrestricted residential uses into this mixed-use neighborhood that, in combination, would be highly unlikely to result in the production of any significant quantity of affordable housing that would benefit this neighborhood, where it is so sorely needed. There is no serious recognition of how to preserve and enhance existing joint live-work quarters for artists that are the neighborhood's actual existing affordable housing, or any provision at all to create new joint live-work quarters for artists. I'm an architect and certified artist living and working in SoHo for the past 40 years. SoHo NoHo's unique and defining characteristic, besides being an area designated for artists living and working, is a key urban planning concept of mixed use, applied not only on a macro level to allow industrial, commercial, and residential uses to coexist building by building and floor by floor, but to allow the merger of live and work within each unit. One can live in 90% of a loft and work in 10%, or the other way around. The residential district equivalent is called home occupation, and it is generally restricted to 25% of a space and 500 square feet, defined as incidental to the main use, which is living, and further limited to specific non-objectionable uses. Introducing residential use without qualifications would lose what makes SoHo NoHo special, not only now, but in the future. Updating is clearly necessary. It's been 50 years. I support giving SoHo NoHo special district status that allows one to write local regulations and definitions without worrying how a change here would affect the rest of the city. One can alter the definition of home occupation within a special residential use to mimic the mixed-use qualities of M15A and 5B. One can tailor the bulk regulations of residential buildings to make them mimic the higher density, low-rise characteristic of this historic area, so additional development does not result in disproportional height increases. And one can greatly expand and change the characteristics of the MIH affordable housing program to make it support truly low income, truly desegregated, and particularly artist housing and affiliated community, shared studio and exhibition facilities, and local performance organizations, citing those in or close to SoHo and NoHo. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Our next speaker is Marna Lawrence. Marna Lawrence, we do not currently see you in the Zoom meeting. Please rejoin if you're able. In that case, our next speaker will be Michelle Varian, followed by Zella Jones, and followed by Madeline Applebaum. Michelle Varian, please begin your testimony.
Hello, I'm here speaking on behalf of the SoHo Design District. I'm also a resident of SoHo. To speak on behalf of small businesses, I want to call out the fact that there's nothing talking about how this upzoning will severely jeopardize existing businesses in SoHo. The potential construction that would monopolize the sidewalks as well as often take up lanes of the street and hamper delivery as well as pedestrians being able to get to businesses would be a severe restriction on existing businesses who are already severely hurting because of this last year's pandemic. And to have that then followed by years of construction would probably drive out most of the existing businesses that if they do survive the pandemic. Since most of the other things that I am extremely against the upzoning, as are the other members of the SoHo Design District, and most other things regarding residential and impacts regarding real estate values, driving out existing tenants that have been expressed by others, I 100% agree with, and I will be submitting more information in writing. Thank you.
Thank you. We look forward to receiving your written testimony. Our next speaker is Zella Jones.
Okay, you can hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, so my name is Zella Jones. I'm president of NoHo Bowery Stakeholders Incorporated, a nonprofit in NoHo, and we represent 350 property owners and lessors in NoHo. We'll submit written comments which are focused on NoHo, but for now, let me summarize. We support the goals of the zoning action to create greater housing opportunities for all in a manner that will retain the existing character of NoHo. The stakeholders request that the scope of work be broad enough to permit consideration of the following alternatives. 1, rezone north of Houston Street to R8A with a C5-2 overlay. Option 2, rezone north of Houston Street to C62A. Number 3, modify the SNMD map north of Houston Street to recognize that all the likely sites for new affordable housing are north of Great Jones Street. by creating sub-districts using Great Jones Street as the north-south boundary, with the south sub-district M16 or M15 paired with R8A, and the north sub-district M5 R9X. We will have more to say in our written comments regarding the need to address the historic districts, the existing overbuilt buildings, and the need to retain NoHo's maker community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Madeline Applebaum, followed by Nicole Weiler and Pauline Augustine. Madeline Applebaum. Madeline Applebaum, are you able to unmute yourself and provide testimony?
Her microphone is currently on.
Okay, if the functionality is not working, please visit NYC Engage to find the dial-in information so that you can dial in via phone. You can get your contact information. The next speaker is Nicole Weiler, followed by Pauline Augustine. Nicole Weiler.
Hi there. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, thank you so much for providing me the opportunity to speak today. My name is Nicole Weiler. I'm a resident of SoHo. I've been here for over 7 years now. I work at a small creative business on the edge of Chinatown, so I spend all of my time in the areas affected by this potential rezoning. My partner and I purchased our home in SoHo, and my business chose its location in the neighborhood specifically based on the current historic character of the neighborhood and the current creative community here, all of which are being threatened by the upzoning plan. I oppose the upzoning plan and I support the community alternative plan. I strongly feel that no public review and approval process should take place until in-person meetings can begin again, and a full analysis of the plan's impacts can take place. Thank you so much for your time and for planning this meeting, and I'll follow up more in writing.
Thank you, and thank you for sticking with us today. Our next speaker is Pauline Augustine, followed by Susan Fortgang and Ingrid Wygand. Pauline Augustine. You may need to unmute your microphone.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, there you are.
Great. Hi, my name is Pauline Augustine. I'm a resident of SoHo for over 15 years, and I'm a senior citizen. And I want to tell you that I am definitely opposed to this plan, and I do support the community alternative zoning. In the very beginning, when the process started, I was at the first meeting and realized that it did look like it was just a condescending attempt to get some very interesting input that wasn't going to affect anyone in the planning process. As I see here today, that's exactly what happened. A lot of my residents here and friends and neighbors had a lot of hours of input for no reason at all, for all their time and energy and hopefulness. So we need a postponement. This is not the time to do this meeting. And I think it was very duplicitous of having an idea that this would pass through without any commentary from the people who are going to be affected by it every single day. One building higher than normal can take away sunshine, like in my apartment, for 2 hours a day, every single day of the year. So you can imagine what happens when those buildings go up around the people who live here. That's nothing to do with the impact that has not been looked into seriously of how it would affect the infrastructure, the environmental problems, the schools, every single thing in this process. It takes a lot of thought and energy, but then again, that's not what was going on here. I do believe it was trying to push through something by what the real estate industry would profit from enormously during a time when you think we weren't paying attention. Well, you're here today, right? Everybody was here. We are paying attention, and a lot more people are paying attention who didn't have time to do this or are unable to be at the meeting. Thank you very much for letting me speak my mind. And I hope that all of our ideas will really be seriously considered. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. We will now go to an elected official who has joined us, Jenny Lowe. Jenny Lowe, if you're able to unmute yourself and provide your testimony, we'll accept that now.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Great, thank you. First of all, thank you for holding this hearing. It's very important for residents and the public to hear what the next steps are and what is being planned. I just have a few comments. First of all, I am a district leader of Lower Manhattan, Chinatown and Lower East Side area, and I am a resident of the north of Little Italy, just at the end of SoHo for 20 years, and I grew up in Chinatown. I am opposing the upzoning proposal for the SoHo NoHo area for a number of reasons. First is that we need to preserve the current character of this historical district. We need to protect the live and work space for artists, for the pioneers who gave us this beautiful area called SoHo. We need to help them and support them age in place. We need affordable housing in this area. The currently proposed 800 somewhat against 3,200 total housing unit is not enough. We need to have more affordable housing. That is, to me, an insult when they propose that little bit of units for affordable housing. We also need real affordable housing for this area. Given the characteristic of this neighborhood, which is full of smaller businesses, not box stores, we all are under a lot of pressure because of the COVID pandemic. We need to be able to help them and support them. So I joined the chorus of others who spoke and said, this is not the time to deliberate this process where everything is done online. We need to put this on hold until we can do in-person meeting where the residents can fully participate. So I joined the chorus of other advocates and residents of this community, this neighborhood, that I oppose the upzoning, and I call for a pause of the process so that we can really, this is a very important decision for this neighborhood. As much as I think virtual meetings work well, but it doesn't work for this situation here. So I would please hear our call and please put this on hold until the pandemic is over. Thank you very much for letting me speak today.
Thank you very much for your comments and for joining us today. Our next speaker will be Susan Fortgang, followed by Ingrid Wiegand. Susan Fortgang. Okay, if you can unmute yourself, you should be able to provide your testimony. Oh, we're being notified that Susan has an old view version of Zoom. So Susan, if you can use the dial-in information and we will get to you in our next batch. Our next speaker is Ingrid Wiegand. Sorry if I'm mispronouncing your name. You can unmute yourself and you can provide your testimony.
Can you hear me?
Yes, you're very soft, but we can hear you.
Okay. I'm fast or faint? Okay. I'm Ingrid Wiegand. I've lived and worked in SoHo for decades. I was one of the members of the original Artists Association that negotiated the founding of SoHo with the City Planning Commission. So I know what I'm talking about when I say that I support changes that allow a wider and economic and diverse range of people to live in SoHo, but I oppose the DCP's plan to allow tall modern buildings and huge blazingly lit box stores in this historic district, where the average height of most of the buildings is 5 or 6 stories, and the style is classic or Beaux-Arts, all under the cover of getting the real estate industry to cough up a few affordable housing units. You're also pursuing this plan at a time when commercial occupancy in the city is down some 90%. This is according to the Urban Green Council, which is a major advisor on environmental issues to the city, and of which I'm also a member. When the city recovers from COVID, commercial occupancy will migrate to the many newly built commercial spaces, leaving Midtown with its older commercial buildings virtually empty, the stores and street derelicts. This is where you have a ready source of thousands of units of affordable housing, and where you can create incentives for redevelopment, as you did for the financial district after 9/11. Instead of degrading one of the city's premier neighborhoods, flooding it with residents, workers, and shoppers without any clear consideration that the air, water, sanitation, and other public services cannot possibly absorb, I ask that the department and other proponents of this proposal turn their attention to developing opportunities for affordable and general residential housing in the area's older commercial buildings. SoHo and NoHo need a well thought out plan increasing its economic and other diversity, but that decidedly does not require substantially more people, more stores, and more construction. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Olga Avenator. Back on. We'll now move on to speaker number 40, Joseph Daimondi. Joseph Daimondi, we are ready for your testimony. Joseph Daimondi, are you able to hear us? If so, please unmute yourself.
Not seeing them in the meeting.
Okay, thanks so much, Stephanie. Our next speaker is number 44, Darlene Lutz. Number 44, Darlene Lutz. If you're in the meeting, please unmute yourself so we can hear your testimony.
Hi, I didn't sign up to speak, but I've listened a lot. I'm a resident. I'm a resident facing a Trinity Church Wall Street site that was supposed to have been developed in 2013 regarding the Hudson Square rezoning. So this was also supposed to have a school at the base. And with residential housing, 50 stories of it. This never came to fruition, but we have had a lot of development of 25, 30-story buildings north of that site, and they're all luxury condos. and they're pretty much all empty. One of them was also supposed to have some medium income housing. It is ready to rent. That housing is nowhere on the scope. So I guess my final comment here is that, you know, the rezoning happens. There are a lot of promises made, and then it seems like, you know, the drivers of it, which are inevitably the real estate magnates, like Trinity Church Wall Street, will take the money, like they did from Disney, to the tune of nearly $700 million for a 99-year land lease, and run with it. So please consider that all is not apparent in this discussion. You know, at longtime residents, you know, we've soldiered through this, and we really want to be able to maintain some quality of life here. SoHo has never had a supermarket. We still don't. We don't have, you know, simple services. I think there's one cobbler in the neighborhood, one dry cleaner. You know, there isn't really, you know, this area has turned over to servicing tourism. All well and good. It's brought in a lot of revenue for the city. So, sorry, I'm getting texted. But I guess I'll conclude my testimony and say, stick to what, you know, if we stick to what the residents, what the alternative plan is, I think, you know, we can go for this. But, you know, what the city is proposing right now is really quite distressing to the residents.
Thank you so much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is number 45, Sarah Walker, followed by number 46, David Lawrence. Sarah Walker, we are ready for your testimony. Please unmute yourself.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I am speaking for myself and the longtime artist residents that fill my building. We support the Community Alternative Plan and oppose DCP's plan to upzone SoHo and NoHo. We were regular participants in the envisioned SoHo NoHo process and feel totally blindsided by this plan, which looks nothing like the recommendations that came out of the envision process. In fact, it was through neighbors we found out about this meeting, not through the DCP. Among other things, upzoning would bring even more traffic to our already clogged streets. Parking is already a huge issue, made more so by city bike racks and outdoor dining. Introducing thousands of new units and larger stores will completely overload SoHo and NoHo with cars and trucks. And with cars and trucks come even more intense noise and air pollution. And by the way, the longtime artist residents who pioneered SoHo and NoHo came here in order to live and work affordably. We fully support affordable housing, but not as a fig leaf over a massive luxury upzoning push. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Our next speaker, number 46, is David Lawrence, followed by number 47, Renee Monrose. David Lawrence, please unmute yourself if you're available and ready to provide your testimony.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. I'm on the board of directors of a building. We're at Grand and Crosby, and we're all artists here. I'm a photographer, and I moved here 25 years ago because of the outstanding light. One of the amenities that one speaker touched on it, but one of the amenities of SoHo and the village is the light, and that's because buildings are low and the sunlight can penetrate, and it enriches our lives, and it makes us happier people and more productive residents and workers. This plan does not acknowledge this in any way. In fact, the FAR increases, which are, to me, seem exorbitant, guarantee that the Broadway corridor will become the Broadway wall that separates East Soho from West Soho. And the nibbling around the edges, allowing these exorbitant buildings that cast immense shadows will mean that Soho will be in a canyon of shade. I have a firsthand experience. Most of the buildings around me are 6 stories tall, and I get sufficient sunlight to do my job every day. But about 8 years ago, the city allowed something to go up. At the time, it was called the SoHo, Mondrian SoHo. Now it's called NoMo SoHo. It's an ugly hotel. It blocks out our light for an hour each day. If there were, and the way that the new zoning is proposed, the entire block south of me could be be given these enhanced FARs. Buildings that across the street are 4 and 6 stories tall could conceivably become 12-story tall residential buildings, which would obliterate all my sunlight and essentially, as an artist, put me out of business. That's a very personal effect, but it also has an effect on the commerce and the well-being of the people in this area. And the other thing is that increasing the number of people as envisioned by this proposal would nearly double Soho. But Soho is gridlock on a Friday afternoon or a Sunday evening. I don't see how you can put another vehicle here intentionally, because if anything, we need to reduce that traffic. We need to reduce the pollution. We need to reduce the noise. And this plan does nothing except increase all of that. Thanks for your time.
Thank you so much for your
Opportunity.
testimony.
Okay.
Of course. Our next speaker is number 47, Renee Monrose, followed by number 48, M. Feliciano. Renee Monrose, please unmute yourself. We're ready for your testimony.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, I'm an artist and a long-term resident of Broadway in Soho. In my volunteer work, I'm also an active supporter of social justice and diversity. So let's be honest here. This plan is a travesty and a completely dishonest about its complaint to foster the ideals of social justice and racial diversity. On a basic level, it has a veritable litany of shortcomings. It is full of vague assertions and mischaracterizations of the character of Soho, faulty data on demographics, and it is based on a completely debunked theory of affordable housing. This plan should be rejected out of hand, but for now, the city needs to put this process on pause. As has been said before by others, basing any projections and such radical changes on current conditions is a useless job. The city and the neighborhood need to stabilize first. We have vaccines on the horizon, so why can the city not wait and evaluate the situation when we have a clearer view of what the city will be post-COVID? My main question here is this, though. How can this administration, which is claiming the moral high ground of racial justice and diversity, promote a concept of trickle-down housing that is a documented failure and no more valid than Reagan's trickle-down economics? In cities like Chicago and Los Angeles, it has completely failed to create any substantial affordable housing and only generated massive displacement and gentrification while enriching wealthy developers. In my email comments, I have provided links to studies that show how MIH has utterly failed to create affordable housing. If the city is so serious about racial diversity and equity, then why is it fostering the infusion of big box stores, which are mostly owned by white people, instead of promoting small, unique businesses owned by people of color? I and my neighbors support the community alternative plan and real affordable housing. We welcome diversity to this neighborhood. I ask the city and our elected officials to pause this project and reject this plan.
Thank you for your testimony. Our next speaker, number 48, is M. Feliciano. My apologies if I mispronounced your name there. followed by number 49, Fredericks Foster Shapiro. M. Feliciano, if you're there, please unmute yourself so we can hear your testimony.
Can you hear me?
Yes, you can. Just give us a moment until we set up our timer on our screen. Okay, you may begin.
Thank you for the time to address this issue. I am a resident of SoHo and I have been for a number of years. I in fact live in a co-op on Broadway. It's a residential co-op where about a quarter of our residents are original artists, residents of this community, all of them aging in place here. So for this community and for this building, affordability is not only important, it is something that we strive for and defend as a matter of course. The importance of diversity and affordability is not anything that anybody here, as I speak with our community, is against in any way. I echo everything that our community members have been saying, especially the support for the community alternative plan that have been put forth, putting this plan on hold, all of that. I also, in fact, want to take a bit of time to challenge notions about this community that I have been hearing repeatedly, both from the Department of City Planning, in particular Sylvia Lee, because she is she was the speaker today for it in the previous meeting, about how not vibrant SoHo is, how not resilient SoHo is, how restrictive and onerous, and apparently, according to some other speakers, even racist at times. I am here to tell you that I live and I work here. We thrive here. I have raised a family here. I know my neighbors. And I'm here to say that this is a community. I would like and I encourage all of you behind this plan to think about SoHo exactly as that, as a living community with residents and workers making their home here and thriving here. This is not a dead place. This is a place where people live. So putting that human aspect to our environment is...
喺呢度地方，我哋有人性。
Thank you.
我哋想，想
Pardon us for
就係
one
咁多，我哋
moment.
想你知道
It
嘅。
appears that we're receiving some feedback from our translator 3, so I'm going to just put a brief pause in the moment so we can get our back of house. So please address our issue with translator 3, who we can hear live and not in the correct channel.
Sorry, I have
No worries. All right. Okay. Thank you. And now we will move on to our next speaker. Our next speaker is number 49, Fredericks Foster Shapiro, followed by speaker number 50, Victoria Hillstrom. Number 49, Fredericks Foster Shapiro. Please unmute yourself.
Thank you. I live on Green Street, although at the moment, my husband and I are not on Green Street. We're out of New York because I have developed COPD and he's 81. We used to live on Wooster Street almost 30 years ago, which was right above Canal, and there was black heavy stuff on the windowsill. Many of us got sick. And then of course the towers came down. I have friends who have lung cancer as a result of that. All I'm saying is that we have a real pollution problem in SoHo, and with NYU building all that it is, we do definitely need low-cost housing. And I think the community plan that we came up with included low-cost housing. We do want more diversity in the neighborhood. And we'd love to get some of the young artists back. It's us old ones who are able to stay there because we got our buildings so many years ago, or our lofts. And to get these spaces totally broken up, we're going to lose places where we can have in the city sculptors and painters and musicians and dance studios and small art galleries and all the things that make a community really vital. We don't know what's going to happen after the pandemic. We don't know what our neighborhood's going to be like. I am utterly baffled. How can we do this now during the pandemic when the neighborhood has changed completely? Anyway, the advantage of it being on Zoom is I didn't have to come to the city to speak, and I appreciate your listening to me. I guess I need to say I am really opposed to this plan, and I am in favor of the community plan. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your testimony, and we're really glad to have you participate remotely. Our next speaker is Victoria Hillston. Victoria Hillston, are you here with us? Victoria Hillston, if you are here, please unmute yourself. Otherwise, we will move on to number 51. Okay, we'll move on to our next speaker. Number 51, Daniel Cohen, followed by number 52, Barry Holden. Daniel Cohen, if you are here, please unmute yourself so that we can hear your testimony.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
My name is Daniel Cohen. In the 1950s, my great-uncle Arthur Cohen invested in Manhattan real estate. Particularly relevant to the SoHo rezoning are buildings he invested in at 256 East 10th Street and 256 West 22nd Street, both of which are within walking distance of SoHo. My family still receives rent money from these investments, and up until now, the zoning code has protected speculators like ourselves from competition and allowed us to charge extremely high rents to hardworking New Yorkers. Unlike most New Yorkers, however, we haven't had to contribute anything of value in order to profit off of the city, and we like it that way. In fact, most of my family doesn't even live in New York anymore. All thanks to New York City's wonderful zoning code, which has blocked new buildings from competing with us. However, if you were to legalize more housing in SoHo, then in order to compete with the newer, fancier buildings that would go up, we might have to lower our rents slightly. Wouldn't that be terrible? I'm grateful that in the past, the Department of City Planning has sided with speculators like my great-uncle Arthur by perpetuating bans on new housing. Please don't stop now. Please don't rezone SoHo. Let us speculators make more money off of tenants by protecting us from competition. We want to continue charging as high rents as possible to hardworking New Yorkers, and allowing more competition would go against that. Please oppose the SoHo rezoning so that nearby older buildings, like the one my family, what?
Please continue.
Like the one my family profits from at 256 East 10th Street, will continue to command high rents. Thank you. That's all.
Thank you for your testimony. Our next speaker is number 52, Barry Holden, followed by number 53, Myra Goring.
Can you take over?
Pardon us for one moment. I think we're still hearing our translators. If you can please switch your channels so that we can hear our speakers in the main channel. Thank you very much. Hi, yes, we are now on number 52, speaker Barry Holden.
Well, you know, I decided to speak when this meeting first started, and then I've been listening to everybody, and everybody said some really terrific things in general. I agree with almost everything. And I just wonder, I would ask a question of this process. Do you really listen to what we're saying? And does this really make a difference? Or is this just essentially going to keep plowing forward and end up where it wants to end up? That's my question and comment.
Thank you for your question, and we will respond more formally, but informally, just to let you know, we are listening. This process is intended for every voice to be heard. We will listen if you participate today, provide your testimony verbally, or if you provide your feedback in writing, either via email or by mailing us your comments. So yes, we do listen. Thank you so much. Our next speaker is Myra Goring. Myra Goring. My colleagues are telling me that Myra Goring is currently not in our meeting. So we're going to move on to speaker number 54, Denny Salas. Denny Salas, are you here with us?
I am. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, perfect. My name is Denny Salas, and full disclosure, I am a candidate for city council in this district. I am going to speak to the possibilities of rezoning that allow more affordable housing for lower income families to reside in high opportunity areas like SoHo and NoHo by sharing my story. My family resided in a town with one of the worst performing school systems and was often known for violence, gangs, and children getting into drug dealing. My parents were unwilling to limit their children's future, taking an extraordinary and legal step to provide us with opportunity. The neighboring town was wealthier and had high quality public schools. When my siblings and I reached school age, my parents enrolled us in these schools by lying about their address and violating the law. As immigrants, my parents risked severe penalties to ensure their children would receive a good education. To them, their actions were justified because they served their kids. What was the outcome of their actions? We ended up excelling in school and our personal lives. My older sister became a William Fulbright scholar and attained a PhD in psychology. My older brother became a long-haul truck driver while teaching himself 3 languages and coding. My younger sister earned her master's degrees in economics and has continued pursuing her studies to earn a doctorate in the field. Our city is segregated by exclusionary zoning policies, the drawn school and housing lines that ensure the wealthiest have access to valuable real estate and high quality public education while the working class is fastened to cycles of poverty, crime, and inferior schools. These policies can be eliminated by rezoning and building more housing in areas that have historically fought against it. Near where I live, no neighborhood better provides an opportunity for change than rezoning SoHo and NoHo. By changing zoning rules in these areas, we can create a minimum of 700 affordable homes in an excellent neighborhood with access to great schools. Citigroup's recent study calculated that structural racism had cost the United States economy $16 trillion over the last 20 years. Removing these barriers that have held back generations of Americans could increase our nation's GDP by $5 trillion over the next 5 years. Let us be blunt. These policies exist due to greed and prejudice. Individuals who benefit from taxpayer investments whose tax burden disproportionately falls on our city's lowest socioeconomic citizens have weaponized their privilege for their prosperity. The cornerstone of their motivation, never publicly admitted, is to ensure that property values increase to maintain their wealth. They believe that increased development would dilute their property's value and apply the same reasoning if more people of color were to occupy their space. That is the purpose of supporting exclusionary policies. It is born out of greed and racism. The murder of George Floyd has awoken an entire movement toward ending racist practices and policing beyond. Our moral prerogative is to fight those, especially ones that call themselves Democrats and progressives, who are opposed to ending the racist policies that have led to generational inequities. Since I have a few seconds left, I do want to lambast my opponents who have spoken and chose political expediency rather than standing up for what is morally correct.
Thank you for your testimony. Our next speaker is Madeline Gingold. Madeline Gingold. We're not sure if you're still here at the meeting, but if you are, please unmute yourself and begin your testimony. Madeline Gingold. All right, we'll move on to our next speaker. Our speaker number 56 is Ken A. Ken A. If you are still with us, please unmute yourself.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, is there an opportunity to share my background? Because I'd like to show you some graphics before we begin.
Unfortunately, we are only able to hear you today, not see you, but you can provide information over email or in writing.
Okay, so I'll provide it over email, but I wanted to talk about my own personal experience. I've been in New York City for almost 10 years. I'm half Latino. I've lived in non-historic districts and historic districts in my time here. And I often find myself being the only Latino around. And as someone who has studied economics and thought about this and studied it, doing some research here, it's clear and obvious that the experts agreed that the lack of affordable housing in SoHo, which had only produced one and only affordable housing units in the last 6 or 5 years, has contributed to this. If you look at the segregation by historic district versus non-historic district, there's a really clear drop-off in diversity. I am not against historic districts, but I do think we need to reform the historic districts to be more inclusive and give opportunities to people of different color. So in your scoping review, what I would suggest that you do is consider how to maximize the affordable housing units, the number of units by increasing the residential FAR. I saw that in plan, there was an option for commercial space. I would encourage you to reduce the office space, the commercial space FAR as a disincentive to for developers to build office space as opposed to affordable housing, which is desperately needed. And I also saw there's a potential hurdle for non-residential commercial space retention, if I'm saying it correctly. You should get rid of that hurdle. It's a hurdle to promote integration into our historic districts. So it would be important to get rid of our hurdles, especially in a once in a lifetime opportunity that is the to create housing in SoHo for generations to come. I will provide details in an email. And I'm glad that the DCP is thinking about this issue. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you for your testimony. Our next speaker is Sheena Kang, number 57. Sheena Kang, please unmute yourself. You're ready for your testimony.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for having me. My name is Sheena Kang, and I am with the Citizens Housing and Planning Council. So first and foremost, we at CHPC are just really incredibly enthusiastic to see this rezoning move forward, and we'd like to applaud and thank the administration for taking this crucial opportunity to implement some of the fair housing goals and values laid out in the Where We Live plan. It is long past time for concrete policy reforms that will actually combat rather than just continue to study racial inequity and the impacts of segregation. And so this rezoning, I think, has the potential for really substantive and meaningful impact to that end. As you know, although 8,000 New Yorkers live in SoHo NoHo today, a residential development in the area is not currently allowed, but the city is facing a homelessness crisis and an affordable housing shortage of historic magnitude. So this rezoning will allow for the creation of affordable housing that is desperately needed in an area that is really already largely residential. Then with the addition of new affordable units, low-income households and New Yorkers of color will finally get to share in the benefits that SoHo NoHo has to offer and no longer be excluded from the access to transit, high-performing schools, jobs, and other rich amenities in the area. The impacts of living in a neighborhood like SoHo can be really huge. In 2018, the life expectancy of Manhattan CB2 residents was almost 5 years longer than the citywide average. So in order for the rezoning to achieve these positive impacts, it's essential to facilitate a substantive amount of residential development. Opportunities for new housing are already limited with 85% of the rezoning area in a historic district. So to ensure that the rezoning advances the fair housing goals it's really rooted in, CHPC does urge the city to maximize opportunities for new residential development. Specifically, we recommend retaining the existing FAR of 5 for commercial and manufacturing uses rather than adopting the higher commercial FARs proposed in the draft scope. The residential FARs included in the draft scope strike a delicate balance between built character and opportunities for new housing, but the proposed commercial FARs of 6 and 10 could easily disrupt that by suppressing residential development in favor of office and other commercial uses. So we do recommend limiting the commercial FAR to 5, especially in the SoHo East, SoHo West, and NoHo Bowery corridor subdistricts. We also recommend exploring options to expand the rezoning area to make those aforementioned housing opportunity zones larger and create additional opportunities for new housing. And then finally, we are concerned that a requirement for the one-to-one retention of non-residential floor area and projects with large existing buildings could preserve commercial uses at the expense of new housing. So we hope that the city will consider relaxing this proposed rule.
Thank you for your testimony. Yeah. Our next speaker is number 58, Dan Miller, followed by number 59, Cordelia Person. Dan Miller, please unmute yourself.
Mr. Miller has a version of Zoom that
doesn't allow him to be to speak. So we'll work to get him on to be another route.
Thank you. Mr. Miller, we will work with you, as you've heard, to get you to have your voice heard today. Thank you so much for your patience. We'll move on to our next speaker, number 59, Cordelia Person. Cordelia Person, please unmute yourself.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, I'm Cordelia Person. I'm the Executive Director of the NoHo Business Improvement District. I was also a member of the Envision Process Advisory Group. I want to say that the BID is happy that the rezoning is moving forward. We think the changes that, like making retail as of right and allowing use group 10 on our large floor plate buildings, is an important for the economic future of the neighborhood. In this rapidly changing economy where we don't know what is coming, we want to encourage flexibility to help make it easier to fill spaces and whatever new uses want to locate at our storefront levels. We are concerned, though, about the level of the proposed upzoning in our historic core. The BID wants to preserve the look and the feel of NoHo and asks you to scope out a new zoning FAR scenarios with lower rates numbers that protect versus threaten our existing landmarking. NoHo is blessed with rich architectural history, and that is part of what makes us special. While we are very supportive of the goal of adding affordable housing, we worry that this plan, as it exists, will sacrifice the preservation of our architecture for what may only amount to a handful of units. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speakers, there have three who are lined up. Number 60, Susan Posen. Number 61, Karen Van Outrive. And number 62, Max Livingston. Number 60, Susan Posen, are you here joining us at this meeting? Susan Posen? Okay, we'll move on to Karen Van Outrive. Karen Van Outrive, are you here? Okay. Moving on to Max Livingston. Max Livingston. All right, my colleagues are telling me that these speakers are not at our meeting at this moment. We'll move on to Ben Rotter. Ben Rotter, if you are still with us, please unmute yourself. We're ready for your testimony.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, thank you for giving all of us the opportunity to comment. I know it's already been a long afternoon. You're doing a wonderful job sitting here with us. So I just want to say I support this project because rezoning, specifically the rezoning for increased housing, is long overdue, and this project would do the bare minimum to begin rebuilding inclusivity in these neighborhoods and restoring the true history as a vibrant, multi-generational, multiracial, mixed-use neighborhoods, not simply pretty buildings with homes for the wealthy and expensive boutique shopping. Unlike a number of speakers, I actually am not a long-term resident because I could never afford to live there. I'd urge DCP not to overweight complaints about neighborhood character from people who already have housing and instead continue to focus on the desperate need for housing. Language such as neighborhood character and historic landmarking have been used for generations to entrench racial segregation and create exclusive wealthy neighborhoods. Even if that's not the intent of the people currently using these terms, that's what they've done in the past, and that's what they would continue to do in the future. That's exactly what has happened to these neighborhoods that have led to decades of gentrification. Where I do find reason to critique this proposal is something that's been mentioned a number of times, which is the commercial FARs. I would ask DCP to consider reducing the commercial FARs as much as possible in order to ensure the highest number of housing, especially affordable housing, will actually get built. With a little bit of the remaining time, I'd also just like to thank you guys for continuing to host meetings virtually. I know there's complaints that it's different from the way it normally works, but I know personally I would never be able to attend a meeting from 2 to 5 on a weekday if it wasn't being done virtually. So I appreciate this opportunity to still be involved with my fellow New Yorkers. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your testimony. All right. Our next speaker, number 64, apparently has already joined us and provided testimony. So to be fair to everyone else in this process, we're going to ask that speaker to please provide their testimony in writing, and that will be considered. And we'll move on to speaker number 65, Kim Lipman. Kim Lipman, if you're here, please unmute yourself. Kim Lipman. All right, we will move on to our next batch of speakers. And I am not sure if the next batch of speakers are still with us, but I'll call their names. And if you're here, please unmute yourself in the order you're called. Speaker number 66, Christopher Good. Christopher Good. Speaker number 67, Julie Harrison. Julie Harrison. Speaker number 68, Geraldine S. Geraldine S. Speaker number 69, Michelle Campo. Michelle Campo. Speaker number 70. Oh, I think I did hear someone.
Yes, but I would like to give my time to David Mulkins, if that's possible. I know he's listed there somewhere coming up in the future. Is that okay?
He's coming up in the future very shortly after you. Thank you so much, Michelle Campo.
Okay,
Our next speaker is speaker number 70, Michelle Cuppersmith. Michelle Cuppersmith. Our next speaker is number 73, David Mulkins. David Mulkins.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is David Mulkins. I'm the president of the Bowery Alliance of Neighbors. And I thank you for letting the community speak. During one of the city's most devastating health and economic crises, it is reprehensible to try to ramrod through a rezoning plan that quite clearly can have a destructive impact on residents, small businesses, the long-established artist community, and the historic character of SoHo and NoHo, two of the city's most iconic neighborhoods. As thousands of businesses have closed or struggled to survive, city officials' time would be much better spent passing the long-delayed Small Business Jobs Survival Act, which it has been sitting on for 30 years. Addressing important needs like affordable housing and keeping these neighborhoods accessible to artists does not require zoning changes which result in construction significantly larger than what the current rules allow. Sufficiently large buildings that could include affordable housing can be built on underdeveloped lots in the neighborhood right now. There is no need to upzone the neighborhood to allow for new development, which would in fact bring only a pittance of actual affordable units, 2 affordable units for every 8 luxury units. It is an insulting sham to say that such an imbalance is promoting affordability when it primarily benefits developers and the forces of gentrification. The Bowery Alliance of Neighbors opposes the city's plan to upzone SoHo and NoHo or change the square foot limits for retail spaces, which are widely believed to open the floodgates to big box stores and turn this quaint neighborhood into a mega mall. If anything, steps should be taken to support and encourage small mom and pop businesses. We support the Community Alternative Plan, which includes significant affordable housing and at the same time protects the residents, the artists, the small businesses, and the unique character of 2 iconic New York City historic districts. Sensible cities like Paris and Prague would never allow their historic districts to be destroyed by such reckless rezoning plans.
Thank you
very
so much, Mr. Mulkins.
Thank you.
If you have more testimony to provide, a reminder that we are accepting written testimony through December 18th. Our next speaker, number 74, is Michael Lewin. Michael Lewin, if you are here with us, please unmute yourself.
I am, yes. So I favor more housing, and I generally support the testimony of Stephen Smith and CHPC. What I'd like to do is respond to kind of some of the arguments against new housing. Since I have limited time, I think way back a couple of hours ago, Lynn Ellsworth of the Tribeca Trust seemed to suggest that the law of supply and demand is somehow unproven. She doesn't believe the new housing will lower costs. But it seems to me now more than ever, we know that's wrong, because we've seen that demand has collapsed because of COVID. And by an odd coincidence, rents went down too. So to me, it seems clear that the law of supply and demand is real. Andrew Berman testified that SoHo is somehow, if I understand correctly, that SoHo is like basically too dense and too traffic clogged to support new housing, that clearly it should be someplace else, somewhere. But in fact, I looked on citydata.com. SoHo has 58,000 people per square mile, which is, to be fair, it's more than the citywide average, but it's less than the Manhattan average. It's less than most Manhattan neighborhoods. So it seems to me, if you're going, if density is an argument against new housing, it's probably an argument against new housing somewhere else. Similarly, someone else mentioned that SoHo is a mixed-use area. That's true of most of Manhattan. And frankly, I think more people should be living in mixed-use areas, because that means more people can walk to stores and other amenities instead of driving to them or taking the subway, especially now that there's likely to be big cuts in subway service. I think it's more important than ever to try to concentrate as much new housing as you can in areas that are close to major business districts like Midtown and Wall Street, so that people can walk to those office districts, because there might not be as much subway service as there was a year ago. Similarly, a lot of commentators complained about traffic and pollution. But if housing shortages force people into the suburbs and outer boroughs, that'll mean more people will drive more, which of course creates more traffic and pollution. Finally, I hear a lot of discussion about sunlight. Well, I live in Midtown Manhattan, and in Midtown, buildings are much taller than anywhere near SoHo, and there's plenty of sunlight, so I don't really get that argument. And since I'm running out of time, I reserve further arguments for an email I'll send you.
Thank you for your testimony. Our next speaker is Spencer Heckwolf. Spencer Heckwolf, please unmute yourself.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, I want to support upzoning SoHo, especially upzoning residentially. This city desperately needs more homes.
Pardon us, we need to start your time.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay, this city desperately needs more homes. It needs more market rate homes. It needs more affordable housing. It needs more shelters. It needs more supportive housing. It needs basically everything. Joe Biden's housing plan calls for desegregating rich white neighborhoods near lots of jobs and lots of transit. His literal housing plan says these type of areas need to allow for a lot more housing. So I'm guessing a lot of you voted for Joe Biden, and that's in his plan. And that wasn't every single Democratic candidate's plan. It wasn't in Donald Trump's plan. He wanted to exclude people from wealthy, high opportunity areas. Well, we need to allow more people to live in these type of areas. Concerns about character and all that stuff, I'm sorry, it comes second to people needing a place to live. So again, I support the upzoning. I support these meetings. I think these online meetings are much more inclusive than the in-person meetings. I think they should continue post-pandemic. We should integrate them into in-person meetings so people can choose. I strongly disagree with people who want to put this on hold, wanting to put DCP staff out of a job because they aren't able to yell at opponents at in-person meetings. I find reprehensible. So again, please keep these meetings going forward. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you for your testimony. Our next speaker excuse me, we'll be moving on to those members of the public who have dialed in, who perhaps experienced technical difficulties earlier in this meeting. Our next speaker is phone number ending in 714, who I believe is Dan Miller, who wasn't able to join us via Zoom. Dan Miller, please unmute yourself by dialing *6 when you have the ability to do so.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can, yes.
Okay, great. I, like many others, am going to support this rezoning. I think it's really, really important that SoHo get more housing and more affordable housing. Market rate housing, fantastic. Affordable housing, fantastic. But what I'd like to do is make sure that this rezoning actually produces as much housing as we can get out of this process. And to do that, I'd like to focus on one specific issue, namely that unfortunately the commercial densities are too high here. I'm a part of a group called Open New York, and we push for more housing. And we've done a lot of work on this project, and it's clear that the way to maximize the amount of housing here is to make sure that developers decide to build residential rather than commercial space. And the best way to do that is to maximize the residential FAR. And for example, you could go up to R10 instead of R9X, and you could go up to R8 or even higher instead of R7X in some of the outside lots, but also limit the commercial density. The current proposal has a proposed commercial FAR of 10. That should be lowered to 5 to ensure that developers have the right incentives to build as much housing as possible to make sure that we can house as many New Yorkers as possible. In an ideal world, we could have both, right? We would have a robust commercial space development here and also a lot of residential development. Unfortunately, the state legislature, it limits us to a 12 FAR total, and we don't live in a perfect world. So until that changes, we have to concentrate on what's needed most, and that's residential development. So please make sure that developers are incentivized to do the right thing and build some housing here rather than commercial space, which would be less desirable, or even worse, not passing the plan at all and leaving these parking lots sitting fallow in one of the densest and most desirable neighborhoods in the greatest city in the world. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. All right, at this time, I'm going to ask our production team to please display on the screen our instructions slide. And while that is happening in the background, if there's anyone else who wishes to speak at this time but experience technical issues, we do want to remind everyone to please call into our hotline and our dial-in number so that we can register you via telephone so that we can give you an opportunity to be heard today. It is important for us to make sure that every voice is heard today. So at this time, my apologies, you can also find instructions on how to register online at www.nyc.gov/NYC-ENGAGE or NYC Engage. We will now wait approximately 5 minutes for members of the public wishing to provide their testimony who haven't been able to do so to please complete the online registration process before we return and resume this meeting. The time is 5:58 p.m. We will return at 6:03 or shortly thereafter. Thank you all for your patience, and we will see you in 5 minutes. All right, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back to our public scoping meeting. To those of you who have joined us just now, you're tuning in to the virtual or remote public scoping meeting for the SoHo NoHo neighborhood plan. For the record, this proposal's seeker or city environmental quality review number is 21 DCP 059M. My name is Olga Abinator, and I'm the director of the New York City Department of City Planning, Environmental Assessment and Review Division. We are currently on part 3 of today's public scoping meeting, where members of the public can be heard for a limit of 3 minutes. We do have 2 new speakers who have joined us during the break. So now I'm going to call their names, and I'll ask our production team to please project the timer with 3 minutes on the clock. While that is happening in the background, I will call on the names of the next 2 speakers. Our first speaker, number 76, is Marna Lawrence, followed by number 77, Amelia Josephson. Marna Lawrence, if you are able to hear us, please unmute yourself as we're ready to hear your testimony.
And can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, good. Okay. I missed my time. I'm sorry. I went out and you called me immediately after.
No worries.
As with the vast majority of speakers attending this meeting, I oppose the plan as presented. I object to upzoning when there is so much available vacant space and believe that it is a dishonest ruse for the city to suggest that building high-rise luxury buildings will create truly affordable housing. And also seeing how little study has been done to date, city planning is not ready to move forward. It's obvious. There should be a pause. The time is late, and I will give the majority of my time speaking to others, except to say that I am too, and this has been mentioned before, I'm utterly and terribly distressed by the lack of public access, public review, and public input. Putting aside workshops, no one listened. City planning did not listen to the people, the residents, and the small business owners who were at those workshops. So the process leaves one, wanting. I strongly believe in governmental transparency and understand that the present circumstances with the pandemic make that a real challenge. However, I don't think that there has been an earnest attempt to keep the community readily informed. To be honest, it is shocking to see how the city has decided to push through, really push through changes that would so significantly impact the lives of so many residents and small business owners, especially at such a time as this, when our city is under such distress due to the pandemic. It appears obvious that this is a land grab for the powerful real estate industry and all those who will profit from it. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Our next speaker is Amelia Josephson. Amelia Josephson, please unmute yourself.
Hi, can folks hear me?
Yes.
Great, thanks so much for making the time to hear these public comments. Like some other folks who have spoken, I'm very interested in prioritizing the possibility of new residential units in SoHo and NoHo as part of the rezoning. And so would echo comments that have been made about the commercial floor area ratio. I'd also like to use this time to push for the deepest level of affordability on the affordable units. I think as has been shared, this is a real opportunity to integrate what has become a very elite neighborhood of our city. And the best way to do that is through deep affordability. To that same end, I would also encourage the city to coordinate so that as we integrate the housing in SoHo, we're also making sure we integrate the schools because we know that folks will be moving into the neighborhood with families, starting families, and we want this process to be as transformative when it comes to integration as possible to get the most benefit for equity in our city. So I'll keep it brief, but thanks again for making this time and excited to hear more about the process going forward.
Thank you for your testimony. Now we're going to move on to members of the public who have dialed in and who actually are still interested in providing testimony. Let's see. I will now check with my colleagues to see if anyone has dialed in. As a reminder, if you'd like to let us know that you'd like to speak and you haven't spoken already, please remember to dial *9, and that will tell our team that you are interested in joining us and providing testimony. Once again, please dial *9 if you called via telephone and would like to provide testimony. Okay, I'm hearing from my team that someone named Anita Georgeson wishes to provide testimony. Anita Georgensen, are you on the call? Anita Georgeson, and my apologies if I've mispronounced your name.
I believe there's someone with their phone number ending in 576.
Hello.
All right. Yes.
This is Victoria.
Hi, Victoria.
Am
Please
I
introduce
on?
yourself. We'll start the clock. Yes,
Hi,
you are.
this is Victoria Hilston. I thank you for having me and including me. I'm sorry this was my first time on Zoom. I would like to first say that, of course, I support the community's rezoning plans. I would like to say that I agree with most of the callers that this is extremely inappropriate during a pandemic. SoHo now represents an aging artist, an aging community that are at the highest risk. It is extremely improper to put this burden on its residents, that we need to handle this in person with everybody present. I would like to say that I am a loft tenant for very many years in Tribeca, and we went through this after 9/11, and Tribeca was rezoned. Every other building is now sitting vacant. Our neighbors were illegally displaced with accidents, fires, hot wiring buildings. It is atrocious what went on in Tribeca after 9/11. Many of our neighbors from Tribeca all the way to Harlem to the seaports all showed up in record numbers to oppose MIH. But as you recall, during the MIH hearings, Alicia Glenn and Vicki Bean were very clear during 12 hours of testimony that the way that MIH would work, since we knew this plan would cause massive displacement, was that they had every tool in their toolbox, meaning the DOB, the Department of Housing and Renewal. Half of the mayor's staff has left. Half of these departments and the city records are not available to us. This is a very, very, very inappropriate circumstance, where in this circumstance, what the mayor has approved, apparently calling us a bunch of wealthy hippies, which is ridiculous given he's the one that owns 2 homes in Park Slopes, is absolutely not true. Jay-Z, Denzel, Diddy, Damon Dash, Russell Simmons, Rachel Ray, Basquiat, John Legend have all been our neighbors for over 25 years. This is a community of artists. The arts are not discriminatory. Moreover than the pandemic, that 1.4 million people face eviction, and the supply and demand has altered dramatically. What you left out of this plan, which is malpractice, in my opinion, is that TV and film will produce more revenue by the year 2025 than our state taxes. Many loft
Thank you so
dwellers
much for your
across the city.
testimony. Unfortunately, we do
I'm
have
sorry,
to cap it
I'm
at
not
3.
through.
Thank you so much. If you would like to provide the rest of your testimony in writing, we will continue to accept that. All right, we are now moving on to our next speakers. Do we have any others who had technical difficulties today who still wish to provide testimony? If I've called your name earlier, please alert one of our colleagues. Please, again, we encourage you to call in again so we can make sure that we get everybody who wishes to speak today. And anyone else, any others wishing to provide testimony today? I will check with my colleagues now to see if we have anyone else. Okay. All right, it does look like we have one additional caller. This additional caller, your phone number ends with the 3 digits 903. 903. Please press *6 to unmute yourself, and we will project our timer for 3 minutes.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can. Please introduce yourself.
My name is Jonathan Lindenbaum. I was born and raised in New York, lived there as long as I can remember. I'm going to keep my testimony pretty short because I'm sure we're all tired. Although first I want to say thank you for arranging this. I do really appreciate the online format. It makes it a lot easier to attend. In 1972, Mayor Lindsay's housing czar, a guy named Simeon Golar, during a fight to build affordable housing in Queens, asked, "When does the consultation process come to a halt? When can we rely on commitments once made?" I think it's clear from testimony today by many people that the concerns raised by people opposed to affordable housing in SoHo and opposed to letting people live where they work and live where they have opportunity once denied to them are just concerns we've heard time and time again to block all affordable housing in the city. Concerns about shadows, concerns about loud noises, concerns about people of a different skin color living in your neighborhood. This is all stuff we've heard before, and it's time to rely on commitments once made, as Simeon Golar said, commitments to allowing people to live a better life where they can. That's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony. All right, I will check with my colleagues to see if we have anyone else wishing to provide testimony today. All right, we'll try once again with Anita, who is ending in 3 digits, 574. If your phone number ends in the digits 574, please press *6 to unmute yourself so we can hear your testimony. Not sure if you're still with us.
Hello, it's Anita.
Hi, we're able to hear you.
Hi. Thank you for taking my call. I am in agreement, full agreement with not the previous speaker, the speaker prior in Tribeca. And as many others have said, our community is 100% not opposed to affordable housing. In fact, we think it is a very good idea. We are opposed to upzoning as the current availability of places to build will meet the demand for affordable housing. It is simply a plain and simple developer, banker, investment folks giveaway, plain and simple. It's widely known that the primary landlord in SoHo, for example, also in NoHo, is a major contributor to de Blasio. It's just so completely transparent. As previous speakers have said, mountains of ultra luxury apartments will be created here with a very small portion of affordable, and the bracket that the cutoff is at for income for affordable is actually kind of high, $160,000 income a year or something like that. So again, I just want to emphasize our communities welcome families, residents, etc., requiring affordable housing. In fact, that's why I live here, because it was affordable when I lived here. And through no fault of anyone who has been here for a while, it became very desirable through our sweat equity, not private equity. So no upzoning, yes to affordable housing. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. All right, I'll now check in with my colleagues again to see if we have anyone else wishing to provide testimony today. Please hang on for 1 minute while we double check. Thank you. And once again, our contact information is projected on the screen to those of you who have joined us online So you're able to dial in or join us via telephone. All right. We do have an additional caller who wishes to provide testimony today. So we'll project our timer, 3 minutes once again. Our caller's phone numbers, last 3 digits are 116. 116. Please remember to press *6 to unmute yourself. If you're able to hear us, if your phone number ends in 116, we are ready for your testimony. Please unmute yourself. I believe that you dial *6 to unmute yourself.
Okay.
It appears that there is an echo. Please mute your live stream and we will be able to hear you better.
Okay.
We'll give you a moment to please mute your live stream and any other screens that you might have online so that you don't hear an echo any longer.
So I quit the.
I'm sorry,
hello?
we really are having trouble here. Hi.
Can you hear me now? I had the screen on, but I've been waiting hours to get on this because I had signed up.
My apologies for the delays.
So I've waited since 2 o'clock. And so that's one reason I really feel the meeting should be in person for something this important. I'm a over 40-year resident and a loft tenant, and I've been through many different things as a tenant. And what concerns me after reading the city's proposal and attending all the meetings, that we were really promised the residents here that was the #1 priority, was to keep the residents safe and here. And second was to preserve the historic district of SoHo. So after reading the new proposal, it just seems it's very much destroyed and really has no protections, which under a 10-year renovation and changing of it would be horrific. The noise, the traffic, the construction, but also what happens to tenants, and I'm an artist loft, is many times there's harassment. There's already calls I'm getting from real estate people asking if I'm moving. But there's all kinds of things that can happen because I see no protection in the plan for the residents or for the area if someone decided to not follow whatever vague rules are there, which there are none. I highly recommend the city following the alternative zoning plan. And I see really the upzoning is just going to destroy this beautiful historic neighborhood, and also all the artists themselves, which were artists in important movements throughout the 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, 210, and today. This is not something in the past. These are living artists. They're also, as the ones are senior aging in place, we have all our artwork, and we may have estates of artwork from people, and this takes time, and we need to be here. We need to be living here to do this. This needs to be safe. I've worked all my life with other communities all over the city and the borough, and I want this to guarantee that this will be a diverse community, and this housing, like I'm a loft tenant, could easily be done in these extra buildings and change the way where I came in. Not all of us are luxury, high-income people, and that's what must be protected in SoHo, as well as people coming in should not come into a high-rise neighborhood. They should have the value of living in this beautiful neighborhood that we have, that should be available and accessible to everybody, not just this luxury, which I would destroy the community to turn into that. And it's nothing that we've ever wanted. And
thank you so much for your testimony. We do have to move on to our next speaker.
Anyways, this summer our community.
Number 78 is Bobby Barnett. Bobby Barnett.
Hi, can you hear me? Are you
Yes,
able to
we
hear
can.
me? Okay,
Yes.
that's great. Thank you so very much. My name is Bobby Barnett. I'm a lifelong New Yorker. I'm a public servant. I also live walking distance from this proposed site. I wanted to just commend DCP both on hearing all of these comments for so many hours here, and then also for taking the time to create such a thoughtful plan here for this rezoning. I wanted to echo the support that I've heard from various callers relating to both greater residential densities for the sites proposed, and then deeper levels of housing affordability in this plan. With almost half of the city's tenants rent burdened, now is the time to push for greater affordability numbers and levels with this rezoning. And so I do hope that you take that into consideration. I also wanted to offer a specific point of critique about the draft plan, specifically related to the non-residential floor area retention policies, which I think you talk about on page 18 of the draft plan. The city proposes that commercial floor area must be replaced 1-to-1 in the case of any development or conversion to other uses, including residential. And I hope that DCP considers removing or revising this policy to allow for easier conversions from commercial to residential uses in this district. We absolutely are at a point where we need greater amounts of housing and not less. And so easing this regulatory burden would be extremely helpful at this time. At this point in the pandemic, it is important to think about how we can take action to help the entire city recover, make sure that there's more housing available and greater levels of housing affordability. I hope that the city moves forward with this process with an eye toward creating more housing and more housing affordability. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for providing your testimony. At this time, it appears that this last testimony was the final one provided for today. I would like to ask our production team to please display PowerPoint slide number 16, I believe, which displayed our contact information. So you can share that with anyone who still wishes to provide their testimony in writing. So I believe it was slide number 16 in our PowerPoint. So while that is being worked on in the background, thank you very much. If no one else wishes to speak at this time, we will move ahead to close today's public scoping meeting. I will reiterate, if those of you who had difficulties providing testimony today, weren't able to get your voice heard today, we still are providing the opportunity for you to provide your feedback to us in writing. Here, our screen is displaying our contact information. Please recall that you can provide a letter to us. Our mailing address is 120 Broadway, 31st floor, New York, New York, 10271. Attention, myself, Olga Abinader. Or if it's easier for you, you can also email us at 21DCP059M_DL@planning.nyc.gov. All of this information is available on the Department of City Planning website scoping page, and also on the NYC Engage portal at www.nyc.gov/NYC-ENGAGE. The deadline for submitting your written comments to us is Friday, December 18, 2020. It is currently approximately 6:28 p.m. and the public scoping meeting is now closed. Thank you for everyone for participating today.